a very distinguished set of leaders of thoughts and what they do and what they represent. So straight up, let's move on to what we're here to discuss, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. But my quick opening words will be to start on a very striking note by saying that today DEI is on the plate and is currently undergoing surgery. Not just any kind of surgery, but I think it's an heart surgery. Because what actually started out as issues around racism and gave rise to the 1964 Civil Act, it's now termed as a racist inclination, talking about DEI. But I mean, at our companies and at our strategy levels, DEI means something different, I want to assume. So I would quickly ask us to quickly delve into this, and I'll try to start from the extreme left, my left to your right, and come to you, Michelle. Tell us, first of all, from your organizational level, or your organization and your institution, how DEI has been embraced, what you do, how you've administered it, and what it actually represents for your organization. I think I'll give you the first 3 minutes, and we'll take it all the way.
All right. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. And first of all, let me start out by saying I'm extremely honored to be sitting here with these amazing ladies on this panel. And I also appreciate SAIPEC for putting this together, because this is an important topic. So I'm here, I work with Chevron, and Chevron, we have a way, what we call the Chevron way, which is our guiding principle of who we are, what our values are, and what we aspire to achieve. And one of our core values is actually diversity and inclusion. It started, as you said, Olu, back in the 60s, being more racially driven, to now where it is more about gender, and actually even more than gender. There's now neurodiversity. There are other kinds of diversity and inclusion topics that are part of it. So it is a way of how we do business. When we hear DEI, a lot of people tend to think it's about getting targets for, oh, we want to have 50% females in an organization. No, it's not that. It's ensuring that we set a level playing field to assure we have competent gender, male, female, in the right position. And so that is what Chevron is focused on. One of the big things that we do that helps this is a program that we adopted from Catalyst called MARC. Change. And I speak to that because it's about, for the longest time, women have known the issues that have prohibited advancement. But at that time, the people who could make changes were men, and they perhaps did not know the issues. And so this program seeks to get men as allies and advocates by getting them aware and involved with the issues that are causing things to not move ahead. I'll give you an example. One that I shared earlier on, and I'll share two, but it's, for young engineers, for instance. When I started, you're out in a rig production platform. There are no female living rooms. There are no female as in bedrooms. So I would share a room with 3 other men. No female bathrooms, no female restrooms. The doors didn't have locks. So I would actually have 2 male friends guard each side while I would take a shower. It took hearing male leaders hearing that, and sometimes having conversations like, would you like your daughter to be in an environment like that, to drive change? So there are things like that, there are tough conversations like that that happen that actually have been driving changes through the organization through the years. So I'll stop at this point so that I don't take up all the time.
All right. I hear stereotypes. I hear, permit me to use the word misfits, where you're in a weak situation and this is what you have. It's not gender sensitive and all of that. But I'm going to come to you, Lillian. And how does your organization interpret this? And what's your experiences back in there? And what do you have to share as regarding how we can advance this conversation around DEI? Are you seeking opportunities that originally are yours, or you're seeking opportunities that you want to get?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to my fellow panelists, and thank you, SAIPEC, for the invite. It's an honor to be here. So my name is Lillian, like introduced. I work with Total Energies, and Total Energies, we like to note that we are a responsible energy major. We are responsible to our people, we are responsible to our communities, and we are responsible to the nations where we operate. So as part of our responsibility, we take DEI very seriously. And for us, DEI is part of our business strategy. Being part of our business strategy means that while we measure our production, we also measure our attainment of our DEI goals. So, and the DEI goals that we have are not set at country level. Our DEI goals are set at the global level and then cascaded to the continent and then to the countries. And the country chair is responsible and accountable for attaining DEI goals. So that is one of our success factors, where the country chair of a company is held accountable for attainment of DEI targets. And we know that what gets measured gets done. So, and everybody wants to succeed. So in Total Energies, part of our core values is respect for one another. Part of our core values is, respect for our host communities and building a better place to work. So we have the Better Together project, which has as part of its arms a good place to work. So we strive to ensure that people come to work and they are happy to work for the company, they are engaged, and they are able to contribute not just to Total Energies production and profit, but to Nigeria. So for DEI, we have targets for recruitment. And if we don't meet targets for recruitment in terms of gender, your recruitment is not approved. We have targets set for internal recruitment. We have campaigns like No Woman, No Shortlist. So if you don't have women on your shortlist, there is no interview, except you can prove that there are no competent women to hold such positions. We have lots of well-being initiatives that have to do with catering for people with disabilities. We have just signed an MOU with Site Savers in 2024, where we are going to be driving disability initiatives that we are required to, not just as a Nigerian subsidiary, but as a company, as a global company. So there are so many examples that I'll share, but I'll say that, like the president of WEN mentioned, we still have those biases, we still have those stereotypes that affect us, and I dare say that our culture is part of the major constraints we have, not just in Nigeria, in Africa. And maybe we are underestimating the impact of our culture on the progress of our DEI initiatives. And that's why in Total Energies, we have what we call psychosocial risk task force. So we train our people, create awareness on psychosocial risks in the workplace and biases that may be conscious or unconscious that lead us to taking certain decisions that may not be evident that these are discriminatory. So when we dedicate time and resources in ensuring that every member of our workforce is made aware of those biases, of those stereotypes that impact our judgment, that go on to impact our decisions in DEI, then we've done the first step. The second step. The first step is leadership involvement and accountability. The second step is preparing our people and getting them aware of these biases. Because when you are aware of the biases, then you can deal with it. Then we now go on to track and measure and to implement. Today I can tell you that as part of, telling the panelists while we're preparing, that in the last 10 years, at the top of my fingers, I can give you, if we talk about gender, you know, the Institute of Petroleum and Energy Studies, which is sponsored by Total, which is run by University of Port Harcourt, and the French Petroleum Institute in France. In the last 10 years, I can count 5 best graduating students that are female. That's at the top of my finger. And these women do so well. I'm not talking about 4.5 or 4.8. I'm talking about 5.0 over 5.0. They come out tops from these institutes. And then when they get into the workplace, what do? That is when we begin to lose them. So in Total Energies, we'll have a project we call REWIT. REWIT is retaining women in technical. We know for a fact that women have duties that are laid on them by nature. So we have to put in place strategies to ensure that at an early stage in their career, we expose them to the fields. We expose them to the technical jobs that they need to do early before they get into the parts of their life when they need to start bearing children. By the time they get there, they already have bagged in their site exposures and they have it. We have women in junior night supervisors on the fields. We have them running tools on drilling rigs. We have them as operators. And then we also now create an alternative path for them when they have to take a break from being on the site. They should be able to be reintegrated inside the technical discipline in the office and then support them through the journey till they are able to go back to such roles. And I also shared that one of the experiences I had over...
Sorry, I hate to interrupt you, but you're driving us already. So clearly you didn't do a research work. Clearly you're speaking to what you do in your organization, and I think it's quite laudable. But let's wrap up very strongly and come back to the basics, which is DEI, which is ability to accommodate everybody by way of diversity, age, ethnicity, sex, religion. Equity, treat everybody fairly. Inclusion, have a voice. So it's possible to have just one out of this, or a potpourri of these three: DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Shoma, what do you have in your organization?
Thank you very much. My name is Choma Okwechi, and I have been with Shell for 28 years. Now, I want to say that Shell's DEI ambition is very bold, very, very bold as the color I'm wearing. And that is, one, to be the most diverse and inclusive company in the world. Shell's DEI ambition is hinged around 4 pillars. And the ability to execute those ambitions, of course, because we are operating in many clients across continents, all depend on the legal requirements of that country. However, if I zero in on, the key thing that we're considering today around gender, for example, because like I said, it's hinged around, you've mentioned many aspects of DEI. But if I can zero on what Shell is doing around, having diversity with regards to gender. First of all, Shell considers that diversity is a global business priority. It is priority. Why? Of course, we have seen, research has proved it. Everybody knows that for you to get ahead, whether it's in innovation, whether it's in your P&L, your profit and loss statement, and in profit making as an organization. You must be able to consider all the voices in the room. If you're in a place where you're not listening to the various ideas, taking the various perspectives, whether it's in the continent you're operating, whether it's in the context of the local environment, in whatever it is you are doing, as an organization, if you are not listening to all the perspectives that you have on the table, then it means that you are leaving value on the table. And Shell is very, very intentional and deliberate about that. Now, with regards to women, in 1997, only 4% of the 1,400 top leaders in Shell in the world were women. Today, Shell has said by 2025, end of this year, 35% of those women, of the top 1,400 leaders in the world will be women. And by 2030, Shell is pushing for 40%. Now, I'm talking about the top 1,400 in various categories. For example, as at today, in the Shell Executive Committee, that's the highest board of leadership in the Shell Group, we have more women than men. Now, when you come to Nigeria, Shell is pushing that boundary. In Nigeria, all of us were here. Last year in SAIPEC, we saw that Shell Nigeria produced the first female managing director, and SNEPCO, Eloho Aiboni, who has just moved on to become an asset director in Shell in Brunei. Now, in time past, people would say it was about putting women in staff position and functions, but women sitting in line positions where they have P&L accountability. So Shell also right now, the upstream director, that is the person with the accountability for all upstream production in Shell in the whole world is a woman. And we're pushing that boundary. In Nigeria, pensions, the trust fund, Shell's pension trust fund. Recently, a Nigerian woman from Shell here of our disciplines sitting in the UK. What are we saying? Our Shell upstream business is pushing they have a scorecard that 30% of the senior executive leadership will be women. So there are many things that Shell is doing in that position. Are we there yet? No, we're not there. We're still pushing the boundaries. But when you come back to me, I will share with you more of what Shell is doing in that space. Thank you.
Maybe I will just request a round of applause for Shell. And of course, that will go for everyone that has spoken here. Dr. Sophia, I'm flipping and flicking around two items on my head, and I'm asking, are we engaged in DEI because we want to fulfill that quota and the semantic and what DEI represents? Or are we in DEI because it is meant to take care of an inadequacy, inappropriateness that was practiced before some of the things we have heard now that elicits that we now have people who hitherto their voices wouldn't have been heard, competencies that wouldn't have been seen are now coming upscale, and companies are beginning to recognize that perhaps as a business strategy. For you, Dr. Sophia, what kind of representation do we have when we speak DEI for your organization?
Thank you, Olu, and good morning, everyone. I must say First of all, a big thank you to SAIPEC for the honor of being on this panel. As my co-panelist has said, amazing women. I think a lot of us here, and even those of you in the audience, really represent people who are in support of DEI, the women amongst you, and indeed the men amongst you, because you are advocates by just being here to listen to the conversations and hopefully take back a lot of the wisdom that will emerge from this panel. I must say it's an auspicious time. It's that time of the year where less than how many weeks to the International Month of Women, and just 2-3 days ago, we celebrated the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. We must recall that several years ago, we had our very first Nobel winner in the person of Marie Curie, and we know what her various innovations and commitment to science have done. So let's bear that in mind. But even now, as we talk about DEI, DEI has become, as we've heard extensively, and as exists with NLNG. NLNG is a globally competitive LNG company that is committed to inspiring sustainable futures. And we believe that those sustainable futures must include DEI, must include everybody being at the table. We have come to recognize it as actually a business enabler. DEI is an ethical issue. It has even a business issue. And we've chosen to really incorporate DEI over the years in our people, in our processes, and in our systems. And we do much in that space. We too can make a roll call for some of the amazing things that women have done. I, for an example, am enjoying the fact that I'm in a leadership team where several years ago, I've been nearly 30 years, not letting on my age, in the industry, and I've gone to see in this company where we had an all-male leadership team to one where we now can boast of up to 25% of women. And they are strong, impactful women. So what we do in our organization, specifically around DEI, is that over the years, we've actually developed a real governance around it. We have policies, we have practices, we have processes. We first of all even have the leadership commitment, and that is in the sense that it becomes a priority in everything we do. We have, for example, what we call open mic sessions, where we have town halls where we really get down to the detail of the challenges and talk to ourselves very openly. What is keeping us for ensuring that women, for example, one of the many dimensions of DEI, are really represented at the table? Quite aside from that, we set targets, and very ambitious targets at that, ensuring that not only in our recruitment campaigns are we attracting women, we make it a point in our adverts to say, look, women are encouraged to apply, because we know empirically that women will tend to self-disqualify when they only even meet up to 80-90% of the requirements of an advert. With that as well, we have, quite aside from setting these targets, we have chosen to ensure that even in our leadership and our development programs, we're meeting minimum targets. For conferences of this nature that are very high profile, we set minimum targets for participation. And likewise, development of women up to the levels of lead in Bermuda is headed or led by a woman. That is a first. In our most recent recruitment, 45% of the intake were women. And of the technical cadre, 25%. It is definitely a leading statistic in this industry at this time. So I'm happy to share more I will mention as just a teaser, I'm sure my time is up, that even in how we manage our vendors and service providers, in our contracting documentation, our inquiry documentation, we actually ask them, are you encouraging women to be part of your teams, to be suppliers, to be service providers? We are not only doing DEI, we are inspiring DEI and demanding it of those who do business with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At the risk of not sounding that this is beginning to look like a constitutional issue, I'll come to you, Kani, and I'm going to put you a bit on the spot and see a tie-in and a nexus, if possible, of what we're discussing here and culture. You come nationally. State organizations, state corporations, culture, and practicing the essence of diversity, equity in, and everything really, as it were.
Thank you very much. Back memory lane when Michelle first spoke, and she spoke about being, I did not have to go through that possibly because of, and the fact that she spoke out. My first week experience was in Venezuela, and I was given a cabin that had 2 empty bunks for just me and another Venezuelan lady. And the only first that I had was the fact that it was not expected that a woman fit into a man overall. There was no women sizes, women overall for my size, and of course the crutch was very uncomfortable. But that allowed me also to do something that was also the fact that she went through that experience and I did not have to go through it because of vocal people like her, allowed me to actually be on the rig and pump breast milk because I had the privacy to. I would not have been able to do that if I was put in a bunker, for making it easier for the ones that have come after you. And may it continue to be so. Sorry for digressing. Perspective here. And in society, the stratification is true. Governments are supposed to be the primary duty bearers. As governments, we're supposed to set the policies and the enabling legislations that allow these actions to happen. And to some extent, we might not have any rules and laws that propagate discrimination, but we also do not have any inclusive diversity, equity, specific policies or measurable goals and KPIs, I have to say. And I like when you mention culture, because as you can see, despite the fact that there is no formal restriction on a woman to enter GNPC or any other institution, we do not see that sort of equitable actions happening, like 25% of female in leadership positions in government, because of the fact that there is an ingrained culture. And that ingrained culture and bias is on both the male and the female part. Because I always say, it is not a competition, it's a collaboration. We're literally 50% of the population. So you cannot say that women are behind because of what the men are doing. We are the ones who also raise our kids, both male and female. So we do also somehow, perhaps, as women, as long as our male folk, we are not doing enough for the rights holders who are women and disadvantaged, because I like when you said inclusivity also means more than just the women. We perhaps are not doing enough to raise bold enough children, both men and women, men who are bold enough to fight for the woman's seat at the table and for the retention of that seat, and women who are bold enough to ask when it's not done. So I was able to be the first female director, and interestingly, the technical director of the organization. There's no other technical director there apart from me, because I was not raised realizing that my gender works against me. I was raised by both a man and a woman who made me feel and realize that competence does not have a look, it does not have a gender, and I just blazed through life without even realizing there were discrimination barriers against me or around me, despite coming from a very traditional and stereotypical society. And so that just shows you what the power of the whole home has in eradicating and dismantling barriers. Quite aside, even if government fails, if the private
get all the hydrocarbons from the ground and use it for our own good, use it to fix our energy poverty, use it to build our society, others who have got environment. But there's been a tweak and there's been a change and there's been a reversal. From that perspective of the fact that currently DEI is facing a backlash, are you perturbed? Do you have your legs on the pedal and focused on what you want to achieve as far as diversity, equity, and inclusion is concerned? In your personal opinion and what you do at AOS, Chinwe.
Okay, so I'm just going to say thank you to everybody that has spoken. I mean, AOS OL is not close to what they have spoken about, but I mean, we're learning. Everybody is going to learn every day. Personally, I feel DI is a topic that doesn't just end. It's an ever-evolving topic. You keep learning every day because, first of all, I think DI starts with the person. It starts with us. Internally, I mean, all of us have stereotypes. I mean, you can see somebody that is passing, you can see somebody that is doing something and is doing it differently from what you are used to, and it comes up, what is he doing? We all have that kind of judgmental look sometimes. So yeah, for us, I would speak about AOS-OL first of all. For us in AOS-OL, aside from DI being imperative for business, we try to instill it in everybody. For instance, one of the things that we do a lot in AOS-OL is trainings. Because, I mean, we all know that the talent pool in Nigeria is very minimal. You can hardly see, because of cultural differences, and what my colleagues have spoken about, you hardly see people come up and say they're engineers and are willing to go to the rigs. But what we have done in AOS-OL is to try to train. We try to train females especially. Like I have a colleague that is a trained accountant, and Right now, she does sales, technical sales. When she speaks, you hardly know that she's an accountant. Like, you think she was a trained engineer. So yeah, DI for us in AOS, it's very important. Up until last year or 2 years ago, we used to have a director, a female director on the board. And again, it's just because of the talent pool, we haven't gotten someone else like that to represent. Do you understand? But we are working towards it. The trainings are going on. We are trying our best to see how we can incorporate DI into every aspect of AOS all well. So yeah, for us, we're learning. We're not anywhere close to the IOCs or the NOCs that have just spoken, but we are trying to make sure that we do what is right. We're trying to borrow some of the things that they have done, some of the things that they have put in place to put it in our own organization to see how everybody is included. And for us, DEI is not just about the women, it also includes the men. Because some men feel some sort of way when you want to put the women first because of DEI initiatives, but the men are also included. We're trying to see how we can include everybody into this, into growing, into training and all of that, yeah.
Interesting. Thank you. Who says that, and now we're coming to the general house now. We're bringing, let's litigate a bit. Who says that physics, chemistry, and math is for a particular culture or people or for a particular gender? Because whilst we are discussing DEI in terms of institutionalizing it and bringing it and ingraining it into the processes of companies and institutions, how about the fact that nursing, for instance, you were an accountant here as a man, you are an engineer here, in Nigeria, and you travel to the West, and because you need to survive, and they tell you you have to be in the medicals, and so you have to do nursing. But back home, you may not have considered that as an option to be a nurse as a man. Because you'll be stereotyped. Anybody can changing ourselves as individuals when it comes to competency and development, trainings. Kennedy mentioned something about family orientation. And while we're having a closed session out there, someone did mention that a young boy was asked, what do you want to become? But because the sister and the auntie, if I'm not mistaken, are all engineers, and he says, I don't want to be an engineer because it's a woman's job. So, whilst everybody wants to be an engineer. So, who wants to go?
Let me start, but I know that there are lots of people who are passionate about this. Representation matters because people will aspire a lot to what they've seen and know. And so how can we encourage people to aspire to this? So a panel like this is one way, right? To see that in the past, you would see people in positions such as this being largely being male. But now you see females, competent, qualified females in senior positions. And we need to advertise that more. Mentorship matters. How we reach the students, exposing them more to STEM, letting them know that they can exploit and letting them understand what the pathway is. Mentoring matters. Advocacy matters. I think representation, for me, I think it's representation, mentoring, advocacy, how we continue to push the story.
Is there anybody who wants to travel along that line before we move to another question? Dr. Sophia?
just adding to the conversation, right you are, mentoring really does matter. When we recognize the fact that there's so much social conditioning that goes on of the type that where it's almost even fashionable to have what we call subservient femininity. The women are better suited in roles that show that they're caring, etc. We need to disrupt those stereotypes and, really aspire, have greater aspirations. Something I always tell my mentees, that as women, take no apologies for being ambitious. You have a right to be ambitious if you're ready to put in the time, if you're ready to also accept some of the trade-offs. It will pay its value with time, and as such, they shouldn't be discouraged for aspiring for what are typically maybe male-dominated roles. Something that we do in our organization is recognizing that it starts with the talent pipeline. You have to get women really interested in STEM and understanding that they can succeed in those areas. I'm having a flashback right now in secondary school where we had one of our chemistry classes, and I'm sure for those of you who are female engineers or in the sciences, there was a chemistry class where I think it was organic chemistry, or that like, and it wasn't getting through to the girls in the class. And one by one, each girl started crying. But happy to say that some 20, 30 years on, 3/4 of that particular class are women who are just thriving in the sciences, in engineering. Someone did the work. The teachers did a turnaround in their perspective. No longer were they shrinking violets or wilting persons, but they were able to succeed. And it's somebody just being that mentor, encouraging them and saying, giving an indication of what is possible. So couldn't agree more. Mentoring matters, dealing with the social conditioning. And what we say in our organization is that if you are not actively practicing DEI, you are almost likely inadvertently perpetuating biases and discrimination. Thank you.
Kani, let me come to you and ask, how surgical do we need to be when it comes to empowerment and empowering this conversation to the point where it becomes an institution? Because what I hear or what I see is things done in granulars, in silos. Do we need to get to the point where it is a deliberate, systemic policy? I hate to use the word policy and all of that. How cast in a situation where inadvertently, like she says, people are not practicing?
We can't just get to the point where we give up against EI, particularly from the Trump presidency, and when he scrapped the DEI initiatives of government. And we're seeing global companies like Facebook, like Target doing the same. And no, there would be this conversation in some African, because I know it's already was difficult for Africa to even catch up. It was seen as a Western initiative. And I can already imagine the conversation in some offices, and the pushback would be even the West is stepping away from it. So we can't just accept these sort of setbacks. We have to be relentless and tireless in saying that and insisting that this must go on. But policy is really very important, because from policy, we then set measurable targets, we set KPIs. I lost the battle of having DEI as a KPI in GNPC. I did not just lose it within the organization, I lost it outside the organization. When we went to sit with our state-owned enterprise, it was seen as an easy target. Like, you know, we don't need to do that. What's stopping them from coming in? You can do that internally. But it doesn't mean I'm going to stop fighting for that at the table and just say, I tried and I failed. And I think that's the concept we need to have. Activism is something that must continue, that must, as long as humanity is evolving and growing, there are certain causes that will always be worth fighting, whether it is fashionable or not. And we're in an era where DEI is becoming vastly unfashionable. But we cannot and will not stop. I think that's the spirit.
Yeah, so while you mentioned that, yeah, please, if you wanted to appreciate it. The backlash is very heavy, and when I started, I did say that I consider it that DEI is currently undergoing an open heart surgery. For instance, one of the biggest retail outlets in the world, Walmart, is actually defunding and scrapping its DEI, training DEI, traveling to, and the thing that is almost looking that you can predict right now. And whilst you said we are not able to catch up yet and not relenting in what we need to do, I'm asking, at this table where we want a table of diverse individuals with their voices being heard, fair hearing, are we asking to be at that table, just being at that table, or being at that table, speaking and ingraining the things we say on that table? Is that a bit of a silent pushback in any of the organizations, or what you see broadly that may be the outcome of this backlash? Anybody? Lillian?
Okay, yeah, it's a good question, and I think when you put on the news, you see all the pushbacks at there are some recent ones that we can really relate to. But then it questions what was driving that initiative. Because like Choma has said, if you look at the example she gave, if deriving value from your entire workforce, the population of your workforce is what drives you, then I doubt that such companies getting value back. So it questions what was the objective in the first place. And I would say that, there are organizations that can attest to the improvement or increase in their performance by simply including every member or every representation of their communities. And so, yeah, the unwanted change catalyst, brought with it a lot of change. And I can give you an example. There was a recruitment exercise that was done for engineers, and at the end of the exercise, the hiring manager said, these women don't need help. So the generation of women you're seeing, of young people you're seeing today, are not like the generations of old. They are bolder, they are more rigorous, and they have the drive and they are going for it. And then when you look at all the efforts, like I was, while we were discussing, if you look at WIEN, for example, there are so many bodies now going down the upstream, going to schools, going to communities. I know WIEN had been to some communities in the Niger Delta, encouraging young girls to get into science with examples. Last month, the OPTS HR Subcom had a program introduce a girl to the oil industry. So with all these campaigns taking it to the women, you are seeing that out there, the population is increasing. I studied mathematics and computer science at the Federal University in Nigeria, and I think I could count the number of girls, young girls taking the challenge, getting into robotics, getting into engineering, and I think from the companies getting value, like our companies, which a lot of companies want to be like, a member of their workforce, pulling back on initiatives that had made them successful, accepting that there is one definition of competence. It does not mean reducing the percentage. If A star is 90%, A star should be 90% for everybody. And then if a Paul scores A star, he deserves it. If Jane scores A star, she deserves it. So it's about leveling the ground and giving everybody an opportunity. And then she gave an example while we were discussing. I challenged her that Total Energies produced the first female OIM in Nigeria. She said no. Shell has gone that far. Shell has had OIMs and got that. So we are contesting that, and we'll dig into the, we'll fact check
Sorry,
it.
what year? What year?
We'll
What
fact
year?
check it.
Because Chevron has.
I concede. But my point is that women are holding positions of OIM on site, and they are succeeding. Today we have 3 female OIMs on the site, and you have not had any blowouts. So we're saying we have female operators who are running production sites. We have young engineers, females, who are running tools on drilling rigs. We are saying, make the level playing ground flat, have one definition of competence, be bold enough to accept that if 70% is A star for everybody, and take action. Because in the president's memo, there was a lot of talk about being deliberate, taking action. We need to act. And we don't have to wait until we have our own children being discriminated against before we speak out. We need to speak because it is the right thing to do. There is value in including everybody, and companies who have done it full and they are standing. Last year, Total Energy celebrated 100 years of pioneering in the business. And I think that such a company is a successful company. So if they have tried it and it worked, we shouldn't pull back because some people are pulling back. So let's ask ourselves, what for us is success? And if there are examples that have been successful and they are worthy of emulation, let's keep pushing, and we must not be discouraged even if Walmart pulls back or US government pulls back. It's not enough. That's just one side of the story, and like we know, there's a danger in a single story. Thank you.
All right. I want to get a bit tricky. Is DEI in the foreseeable future, will it get so competitive that it becomes convoluted? Do we need to rephrase that?
I think it's connected to what you said before. So we get to a point where some people talk about reverse discrimination now. You know, where in some circumstances you find maybe men feeling like they are not getting their fair share because there's a quota being set aside for the female gender and things like that. So that is where, I think it is important for every organization to deal with the root causes and the foundations. And we do that by training, we do that by having conversations, and we do that by, addressing those, I know the word that my colleague called it. She said they are conditioning. We are conditioned. I mean, in our culture, there's a conditioning that goes with it. And those things run deep. Culture runs deep. I will give you an example. My sister had a set of twins, a boy and a girl, and these are babies. And then the girl was so cheery, always smiling, and the boy was always, and then somebody told the boy, why don't you laugh? Your sister laughs. Then what did my father say? He's a man, he does not need to laugh. He just needs to know how to make money. So you can imagine, bring it the way, the conditioning that goes on in our cultures, and then it permeates through the whole system. So we need to start early. My colleague from Zambia mentioned starting from the home front. We need to start that retraining and reconditioning from home. And then as we get into the schools at a young age with what WIEN is doing, what the companies are doing, going into the schools and encouraging the females and the males as well to get into
those different fields, no, nothing does not have to be for women alone, then we will get there. I don't believe the reverse. If we decide that there should be a see that there is value in what others are doing and they are still going strong, we drive it from our homes. We try to reverse some of this conditioning and let people know that you can be all you want to be. You can fulfill your potential irrespective of the field that you choose. So that's my submission and my opinion.
Yes, I just wanted to say just one line. Now I get the point you were coming from. This is a quote. I can't remember who said it. He said, when you're used to privilege, equality feels like oppression. I think we need to bear that in mind. It is not oppression, it is not reverse discrimination. It is the leveling of the playing field. And because if you're used to a playing field being so unlevel that you just walk in and blaze right through, when someone asks you to compete the way the natural order should be, you start to say you're feeling oppressed. And actually, it's just the way it's supposed to be. And I also just want us to bear in mind that statistics do not, for a minute, even point to reverse discrimination ever happening. I mentioned something that at the current rate of female empowerment, at the current rate of females that we have globally, it would take 147 years for there to be 50% of women at all levels in an organization. So we are nowhere close to reverse discrimination ever happening. Thank you.
Sophia, you each should say something, and I'll come to you. After Dr. Sophia, then I'll come to you, Choma.
Okay, thank you. And I think, just the fact that you've made that statement highlights one of the challenges to DEI. There's a bias against DEI itself, and it's a significant barrier. People need to understand that at the heart of it, it's about this access to equal opportunities, and it's also about fundamentally fairness. And that speaks to our humanness as individuals, as society. How many of us can recall when a 2 or 3-year-old has said, it's not fair? And that's because fundamentally, it's a human thing to want to feel that you're included. I think, in the trainings that we do in our organization, we say we actually are able to show how there's a psychological pain associated with not being included. And so when we recognize the fundamentals of DEI, what it is, quite aside from it being a business case for organizations where they see an upliftment in their profitability, in their productivity, and even in their decision-making that happens at all cadres of leadership, when we see that it's fundamentally fair and we are wired as humans for that, I think the case is made strong and organizations can push all the way through to make sure that it is not just something they espouse through policies, etc., but they're passionate about it as part of their cultural DNA.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Sophia. Choma.
Okay. Thank you. I think what I just want to add to what has been said, in terms of will DE&I, someday become convoluted, I just want us to take away our minds away for a moment from the point of view of we versus them, and look at it from the point of value and potential. So there are business leaders here. If you can make 150 million in a day, why would you settle for 30? Why? If you have the resources, if you have the ability, why? Why would you settle for 30? If you can make ample use of the diverse resources, the diverse views, the diverse ideas, the youth, the young, the middle, the old in your organization, and you can get to 150, why settle for 30? And that's the thing. That's what we need to push. you have the potential. We're talking about gap to potential here. If you have, as an opportunity, as an organization, if you have the ability to innovate, and in your organization, you have young people, you have female talents, you have people, maybe the females, because, some of us, from the way we are built, sometimes we don't speak unless we're pushed to speak. We're all here. We want to push our businesses to the next level. As a country, we want to push our gross domestic product. 50 or 45% of your workforce is there. Why won't you take advantage of it? So I want to push it there. That's what we should be talking about. We're not talking about, oh, look at me as a female. No. We're talking about potential. We're talking about value. Somebody here has the value. There's a story I read a few days ago for people who know that story. You had this guy that was the general. He was everything. He had this small korokoro in his body. And the answer lay with one humble female in his organization. That was where the thing came from. And that was how this general became whole. So why would you settle for less? That's the question to CEOs, to everyone, male, female. Why settle for less when you can have more? That's where I think we should be. That's where we're pressing this matter to. Why settle for less when we can have more? It's value, it's potential, and we need to close that gap to potential.
Did you hear her? Okay, so let's begin to descend and quickly land this aircraft. Can we do 30 seconds?
Yes.
I want that to go across. So just hold on to your microphones, 30 seconds each. Which one is on my back?
Yes. So the way I look at it, D and I
The strong message
should not be
from
an
here.
initiative. It should be our way of life. And success will be when we're not having a conversation around how do we involve it, but rather it has become ingrained into how we live, act, and work.
Lillian?
So my final words are DEI should be part of the strategy for any company vying for success and vying to get value. And so it should be led from the top. It should be driven from the top. And then it should be tracked. It should be monitored. And then you should also be able to assess the value that we get from a DEI to know whether it's sustainable or whether it's something to jettison. Thank you.
Dr. Choma, Madam Choma, you started this, so I'll skip you and go to Dr. Sophia. Apologies. Can someone share? I could share mine.
DEI will continue to be a business enabler. It is not a flavor of the month. We should not fear or worry that there'll be a reversal in its importance, irrespective of what is happening globally. It is something that we must continue to show leadership commitment to. And even as proponents of DEI, as recipients of the benefits of DEI as organizations, we should also set the example. DEI is here to stay. DEI, it means business for everyone.
Kani, the Gambian version.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say diversity is natural. It is the law of nature. We don't see homogeneity anywhere out in society or in the world. So it is actually unnatural to walk into an organization and to see only a single strain of human beings, whether male or whether able-bodied or whether all tall or all short. So diversity is natural, it is a fact, but equity is a decisive choice that we must make, and inclusion is an action that we must all take. Thank you.
I just want to say that DEI should be incorporated in our company policies. It should be one of the driving forces because it's just going to be the way of life from here on. So we need to all understand that it has to start from us. It has to be from you. DEI should be you as a person. Then we can now drive it. That's it.
And mine will be in the words of my mentor and father in the industry, the GC of NMPC, Malam Melik Kiare, who says, discretion creates exclusion. I think that's another way to respond to all of this. Thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. Thank you very much, everybody.
And let the discretion just allow you to sit for a few more seconds. Just sit. Thank you very much. Give them another round of applause. Conference Chairman, Mr. Chubi Ibe, please, sir, if you can come forward to present our appreciation gifts to our panelists. They've done a fantastic job around the discourse. I like the fact that they made the case it's not just something you do because of social corporate responsibility, but because of the value. Yes, ladies. Let's quickly begin with our GM from Chevron, Mrs. Obatoyinbo. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate you. She's GM Deepwater Operations. So you see, if she had run away that time, that she didn't have a single bathroom, she will not be GM now. Stay. Tomorrow is better than today. Let's move on now to Mrs. Somiari. Thank you so much. GM Strategy, Organization, and Performance at Total Energies. Thank you, thank you, thank you for sharing those insights with us. If it has worked for 100 years, why not continue it? Thank you so much. Up next to Shell, Mrs. Okwechi, thank you. That's Community Manager, Production, and Logistics for Shell. Thank you so much. Keep clapping for these, our Amazons. The intelligence that they bring to bear and the brilliance they have shown in the conversation deserves to be appreciated. And now to Dr. Hosfall, GM External Relations and Sustainable Development, NLNG. Thank you so much for those insights. And of course, that story of how a teacher or school turned around crying students to performing women. I'm sure somebody took that away from here today. And to the one raised by strong men and women, Kani, Joe, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, Mrs. Ilo, you're not just learning, you're also executing. That's why you're ASOL and you're standing tall amongst this group, right? So thank you so much for your insights. Thank you, Mrs. Ilo is AGM, Government Relations and Regulator at AOS. Kani, by the way, again, is Director of E&P at Gambia National Petroleum Corporation. And the man blessed amongst intelligence and brilliance this morning, our moderator, Olu Phillips, thank you for moderating so beautifully. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel will start in 10 minutes. We're going to take a 10 minutes comfort break. Comfort break. In that time, if you want to grab a cup of coffee, go that way and grab it. For our speakers, yes, family photo, please. Family photo. Family photo. Family photo. That's a given. That's a given. Family photo. So please, this is 11:05, 11:15. We'll start the next session. Just a comfort break. The tea and coffee served here is for speakers. So if your badge doesn't say speaker, don't bother going this way. If you want to grab tea and coffee in this comfort break, go that way, just tea and coffee, right? 11:15, we'll start. Even if there are two of you in the room, we will start at 11:15. It's a comfort break. Use the restroom. You know, the speakers for the next panel, you can meet in the speakers room, please. The panelists for the next panel can meet in the speaker room, please. Thank you. Please take care of your personal belongings. Thank you very much. Please, panelists for the next session, meet in the speaker room now, please. Meet in the speaker room now, please. Thank you. Osaze, if you can hear me, I want to see you. Osaze.
Such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up. That body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
All right, please start taking your sitting positions. Paul Gilbert. If you can hear me, I'd like to see you. Someone is hearing Paul, please let him get to me. Please take your sitting positions. Thank you very much. Thank you, technical. Please take your sitting positions. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take Mo. You can come with the tea and coffee this way if you're still drinking them. The hotel's waiters will clear the cups when you're done. It's a live Q&A session with women energy leaders. We're going to start. The others will join us. Okay, so a quick advice. If you have a question for any of the panel, you can write it down so that should they have the time for Q&A with the audience, you'll just go straight to the question when the microphone gets to you. Alternatively, if they're not able because of time to get to the question Q&A session with the audience, if you've written it down, you've articulated it, once the session, the day is over during a break, and you walk up to the speaker, that's assuming the session following the end of that one is not starting immediately when we request kindly that everybody allow them to take their seat, right? If you walk up to the speaker, because you've articulated the question, you're able to just ask that question immediately, especially for the younger ones who are looking up to the members of our different panels for mentorship, for inspiration or whatnot. If you've articulated it, because they have very limited time, right? They have very limited time. So whether it's anybody in the room you want to talk to as a young professional, as a student, if you've articulated it, you just walk up to the person and you ask your question. If you've not articulated it, by the time you want to start appreciating or saying a whole lot of things, you might lose the time that you have with them. A call can come in, someone might need their attention and just pulls them away. It's not because they don't want to speak with you, but it's just what it is, the exigencies of their offices. Okay, can we please get Charity? Can we get the panelists into the room now, please? Let's get them into the room. Let's get started. If you were inspired by that previous session, can you wave at me? You were really inspired by the previous session. Oh, nice. I like to see that. I like to see that. Interesting. But I think one point I'm taking away from that panel session of the many, one that will really, that stood out for me of the many is set the level, the playing field as level as it can be. Let it be fair to all. Let it be fair to all. So whether it be a man, whether it be a woman, a boy or girl, let it be fair to all. If the criteria is that you need an A in this, and the person that gets the A that you want is this person. I'll tell you a story. So in a school, a very stiff competition. A boy and a girl came tops position. The school now went to pick up a criteria that was not originally in the rule books of the school, the handbook, if you like. And the school then said, because this person was attending a particular extracurricular activity, it should be given to them. And we thought it was not fair enough. The fair thing to do would be to say, if that was a rule already, then that's fine. But since it was not a rule already, you say, 2 people came first, give it to them, you know. So there really has to be that balance regardless of the gender at play at any point in time. So let's begin the business of this session. Okay. First off, founder, managing director of Avtrack Limited, let's welcome our Winning with Women award winner from yesterday, Ms. Patricia Simon Hart. You're welcome, ma'am. Next is our future generation champion of the year and principal partner of Lonade Global Services, Dr. Ibilola Amao. Welcome. Next is immediate past EVP upstream for NNPC. Let's welcome Madam Orishemeiwa Eyeson. You are welcome. Next is our 2023 award winner for Winning with Women, President and CEO of Savo Oilfield Services, Engineer Elizabeth Rogo. You are welcome. Next is immediate past asset manager and business opportunity manager for Deepwater non-operated venture for Shell. Let's welcome Madam Ibiemi Ashaolu. You are welcome. And our moderator, Chief Executive Officer of Captree Limited, Energy Expert, Mr. Olabode Shomi. You are welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Wherever you were in the world, be it in Calgary, Canada, Cape Town, South Africa, Tokyo, Japan, even Lagos, Nigeria, you probably got out of your bed in the morning, entered into some kind of vehicle, and moved from one place to the other. That took energy to get there. And so, in respect of profession or politics, it's been agreed that energy is the most important commodity, period. But more importantly is the fact that energy has as its foundation engineering, which is basically a field, a practice, or a profession that uses natural science, mathematics, and design to solve problems and improve efficiency. And for some reason, for those of us who've been engineers, we'll find out that we tend to have very few females in the engineering class in the university. And so they are always been special. But more importantly is those that move from the class into the field. And over time, they grow to become successful. There are no accidental successes. You can fail by accident, or you do not succeed by accident. And today, this very morning, we are having an Amazon of ladies who will be sharing depth, width, height of experience with us with respect to personal lives, personal successes, a few things to learn within the industry. Thank you very much. And let me start with my far right. Madam Ashaolu from Shell. Would you be kind enough to give us a brief introduction of yourself and some thoughts about the industry, something within your journey that you think will be learning points for us and that can interest and educate the audience? Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning, ladies on the hot seat this morning. My name is Ibiyemi Ashaolu. I'm a retiree. I just retired a few weeks ago from Shell. I haven't done about, I think, 30 years in the industry, so, so really. What can I say this morning, looking at my journey from where I started from. And Mr. Moderator, I'm not trying to take away from your opening. You had said that there are no accidental successes, but at least there are accidental courses that you can take in school on campus. So I'm one of those people that, I read geology by accident. And I remembered when I got home and told my parents that I got an admission and the course was geology. My mom went berserk. What is that? Zoology, sociology, all those GGG courses, not in this home. And, fast forward that, I left school and my first employment was with Texaco Overseas. And I got home with my letter of employment and my parents couldn't believe it. What exactly will you be doing for the company? So I tried to explain and my mom went, so will they have to send you into the hole to, go bring out the oil? I said, no, Mom, we send equipment. Because she just couldn't, understand it, why the salary would be so good. And she being a nurse, it was quite a deviation from, the traditional family that we all know. So I think one of the things that shaped my journey in the industry was actually responsibility. Being the first child of the family, 6 younger ones, the shared joy in my family got the job. I just told myself, there's no way I'm going to. So getting into my employment, a well is going to be drilled. I raise my hand. We need to shoot seismic. I raise my hand. People are like, why are you always jumpy and wanting to do things? Because I was just eager to learn. And I remember when I got the job, I don't know if any Texaco person is there back then, we had they call it embargo on employment. So I started off with contract staff, and they had to beg me, just do this for 18 months. The embargo is gone, and we're going to regularize it. And in the industry, I was the first contract employee that ever went on cross-posting. And it was not heard of back then, but it happened. And it happened because of my jumpiness, the dedication, staying back at work, bosses left at 4:15. Okay, full disclosure, my boyfriend was a banker, and so I waited for him to close at 6. And because there was no this phone that we carry around, okay, so there was no phone, there was no computer. I didn't have choice. It's like I was reading a novel or I'm working. So I just chose to work. And back then we interpreted on the light table. So I finished all my maps and then go and grab the maps of others. And they work for 1 month. I'll finish it in 1.5 weeks, waiting for my boyfriend. Okay, so that earned me like the most hardworking girl that they've ever seen. And then I was shipped to Houston to go work on a project. And so that's the journey. No accidental success. Yes, my boyfriend, but I could have made a choice to be reading my Mills and Boone or whatever it is I wanted to read, but I chose to apply the time into the job, and it really did pay off. And it's been a long journey. It's a competitive world. And I know that we sit here today as women, but really, whether you're a man or a woman, it is competitive out there in the company. So it's just a little, if you have to cross maybe 10 hurdles as a man to get to where I'm seated, as a woman, you probably, in those days it was 20, but they've, graciously reduced it to, I think, HR 15, maybe 16 today, but you still have to jump that hurdle. And it's a bit tighter for a woman. And then by the time you sort of incorporate all the other things that we need to do as a female child, as a female, as a wife, as a mother, it just then further complicates what it is that's required of us to make a success. But thanks very much for having me.
Thank you. I remember my first trip to Kenya was a bit accidental. I was going to Johannesburg via Kenya Airways. And for some reason, our connecting flight was not working, with the result that we had to spend the night in Nairobi. But I didn't get a feel of the country then, but I'm sure you'll be able to tell us more. Would you be kind enough to tell us about your journey? And
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and welcome to Kenya on your next trip. I also want to say thank you to the audience, and let me first of all thank Nigeria. This is one country that has warmly embraced me. I mean, I never thought it would be Nigeria. I thought it would be Ghana, and everyone thinks it's Ghana is the more friendlier. But my mother always told me one thing: you're never a prophet in your home. And Nigeria has really shown that, and I have a big love for this country. Thank you. So my name is Engineer Elizabeth Rogo, which already tells you that I am an engineer, and everything is accidental about what happened to me. I always thought I was going to be a doctor from the time I could remember reading, doctor. I think Nick Hill then tried, a professor in mathematics, told me about this field in environmental. And I thought, okay, if I do environmental and I'm heading back to Kenya, what's that got to do? What am I going to do with that? I said I needed to apply something more to it. So I said, what about engineering? And I said, okay, I will go and do engineering. I did my first internship with the SNC Lavalin, the biggest consulting company in Canada. And long story short, is when I came face to face to what was oil and gas. I still didn't understand this business. All I know, there were big deals happening, ExxonMobil, Shell, you name it, everybody was in this table. And here I was, a foreign student in the midst of all these Canadians. And I kept pinching myself and saying, do I tell them that I'm Kenyan? Maybe they'll throw me out of this room, but I was the only African, only black person in the room. So long story short, I finished and I thought I was going to end up in Canada, but the gods had their way and I ended up in Houston. But not in my career. I started working for Johnson Space Center in Houston in the education department. So I was convinced that I was going to be the first African or first Kenyan liaison with the astronauts. That's where my mind was.
and then I hit a roadblock. You're not a citizen. I'm like, okay. So I have to wait for a certain time to become a citizen. Long story short, I ended up in a company called BJ Services, and that was the beginning of my career. I have to say that when I went for my interview, I was late, going on, the Beltway, late. I arrived, and my boss-to-be looked at me and he said, I was expecting an Australian. I said, no, I'm Kenyan. I said, why? He said, your accent on the phone, I thought you were Australian. Anyway, he became my biggest supporter. I ended up working in the US-Mexico marketing division, so it really gave me a good overall view of what this industry was about. I then decided I wanted to go into sales because I realized there was no women, none at all, they're all men. So I thought, okay, I'm going to break down that door. It so happened that BJ bought another company and a white American lady came. So I went to see the regional director and he looked at me and he said, no, I'm not going to take you. And of course I was thinking, look, what a racist man this is. So I asked him why. He said, because you need to be in the field. How long do I need to be in the field? Remember, I'm working for an oil field service company. He said 5 years, and I was convinced he's the most racist person I'd ever seen. I went storming back to my office and I asked my boss, how do I get into the field? And he said, well, there's a engineering management training program you can enroll in. I said, well, I'm going to do that. And he looked at me, he was like, you can't leave your beautiful office and nice life here in Houston to go into the field. Again, I didn't understand what the field was. So I went in, I was accepted, came back, and he said, I'm going to keep your office ready for you. You'll be back in a month. Never went back. What I ended up doing was writing them all sorts of beautiful letters of how my life was in the field. Long story short, I was busy fracking wells. Sorry, just got a bit of an allergy. I was busy fracking wells all over Texas and Louisiana. I was the only black female in BJ. Everyone knew me around the area. I used to go to some fascinating, and I'm being sarcastic, fascinating areas in Louisiana like Vida, Texas, where I was told any black person would be lynched. But for some reason, they all loved me there. I don't know why. I think they thought I was more strange than them. Remember, I'm driving trucks. I'm hauling fluids. I'm doing all sorts of things. But do you know that was the best training that I ever got? It taught me about the industry. It taught me about how resilient I had to be. And it taught me how to work with men. And I enjoyed watching men. I thought men were actually the most simple people and lovely people if you knew what side to get on, you know? And, and I mean that, and don't take it wrongly. Don't take it wrongly. If they respected you, they would do anything for you. So that respect came from knowing your work, knowing what you needed to do. I became the best fracking engineer in my company at that time.
So
and I got to know about it. Sorry.
On the note of respect.
3 minutes. Oh, sorry. Okay, I've told a few minutes we can ask all this other question. Anyway, long story short, I ended up working offshore Gulf of Mexico and went into international with Baker Hughes. I was based in Aberdeen, did all sorts of stuff in Equatorial Guinea, worked offshore, went to Angola, went to Uganda, was involved in exploration that happened in Uganda, and then ended up in Kenya, where I'm actually Kenyan, and I'm proud to say, under Weatherford, I was the first first woman actually in sub-Saharan Africa to manage a country, which was Kenya, and to manage a whole region, which was Eastern Africa, from Ethiopia to Mozambique.
Thank you.
Then lastly, 2017, I then started Salvo Oilfield Services. So you can ask me questions after that. Thank you.
So there's this, I have two sisters, two daughters, well, and one wife. But in my engagement, my mother used to always tell me something, that women talk a lot more than men do. I don't know how far that is true. But the next speaker, I met her first in the Italian city of Milan. It was at Gastech. It is returning there this year, but I think that was about 4 years ago. But she doesn't talk much. But when she does talk, it does hit the point. Mrs. Oresamuiwa, who is the very first woman to rise to become what used to be called the GED, but the Executive Vice President Exploration for the NNPC. Madam, the mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bode. And I must really commend the organizers of this conference. Petan, I think you've done an excellent job. We really sincerely appreciate you. And to the audience, thank you very much for being here. Yes, my journey into oil and gas started in 1992 after a few years in the banking sector. Wow, why did I switch from banking to oil and gas? Again, I think it was by accident. Now, I was looking for comfort. In the bank, even though I wasn't in a high traffic department, I saw my colleagues stay up late, trying to close their books and all that. I left the office at 5, 6. But I knew I would move eventually, and that was a bit scary for me. NNPC was assured me of a safe career, 8 to 4:30, and I felt that was fine. My salary, there was a salary cut in the switch, but I was prepared to take it anyhow, and I moved over to NNPC. Now, I got into NNPC. My first job, well, it lasted for about a year, and the place was shut down. I don't know whether any of us, I'm sure nobody can remember the Promas. Promas was one of the subsidiaries of NNPC, and the president just came on air one day and said, Promas is hereby abolished. But again, because of job security in NNPC, I didn't lose my job. I was reassigned to NAPIMS in those days. I got into NAPIMS. Fortunately for me, my boss was not in the office. He had traveled on an official assignment. And his deputy was very happy to take me on. A woman coming to work for him, fine. Do you have any computer skills? No. Do you have any? No. No. And he said, okay, I'll teach you. And that was very encouraging for me. Now, when my boss came back, he said, who is this? What's her qualification? Economics, education. Sekini, doing what, where? Please get her out of here. Whoa, that was hard for me. And as God will have it, within a week, he was moved, he was promoted. And the boss that I met became my boss. And he said, please stay where you are. And honestly, that was my journey to success. That encouragement, that belief in me was what really propelled me to working hard. And then along my journey, not long after that, I had to work with a woman. I don't know how many of you can remember Lois Machunga. I mean, she was one of those early beacons. When you talk about women in energy, she was one of those early beacons in the oil and gas industry. Lois believed in me, and I saw in her a woman who was ready to get anything done. She had a social science background, but when she was in a meeting with you, she challenged the engineers hands down because she went over and above her call, studied, educated herself, and she was knowledgeable in anything. You want to talk about well drilling? She will get you in there, and that was very encouraging for me. I knew that I couldn't just sit down, and do nothing. I had to improve myself. I had to challenge myself. And all through my career, I just used her as my reference point. I kept challenging myself, getting things done. The desire to get things done was my passion. I needed to get things done. And as God will have it, I moved on. I became the GM planning. I became the first corporate strategy head for the whole of NNPC. The first female, I beg your pardon, the first female strategy head, corporate strategy head for the whole of NNPC. That had never happened before. And let me tell you an interesting story. I met a gentleman some years afterwards, and he said to me, He said, do you know your name came up 4 times before you were finally appointed into that role? He said, for those 4 times, I don't know what happened. I can't tell you the details, but something always happened. But the 5th time, so I was 5th time lucky and I got the role. And then a few years later, I was elevated to the EVP upstream. Again, this is a role that has been a male-dominated role throughout the entire history of NNPC. I don't know what I did, but at least I qualified for the role, and I guess the rest is now history. I retired. I'm a senior retiree, more senior retiree than BME. I retired last year, November, not tired in any way, ready to take on the world. So that has been my career. What are the learnings for young ladies to define who I became? And just a bit of story on why I read what I read. It was laziness. So I was doing my A-levels, and after the 3rd term in A-level, I saw that this was going to be a strong toll on me. And I had done JAM, and JAM was offering me just this course, and I said, well, I'd rather take it and do this A-levels, because I don't see myself getting an A, B, B or something to do what I really wanted to do, which was law. So that was an easy way out for me. But having said that, with the limitations, as it were, in quotes, to the qualification, I didn't let that hold me back. I propelled myself, and I believe that I can stand my own with any engineer or geologist. Come, and we will stand and reason together. So, young ladies in the room, young men in the room, I believe that once you're focused, you have a clear vision of where you want to go. The only limitation will be you. As long as you propel yourself to say, no matter what it is, I met a lot of challenges on the way, even up to the time I retired, but I did not let any of those challenges hold me back. My passion was to see the industry grow. I wanted to see things done differently, and I did not hold back until the very end. And I believe you all can do that as well.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much, madam. Very inspiring. So on that inspirational note, we want to move to somebody else who inspires younger people. Dr. Amo, yesterday she got an award to that effect, and it would be nice to hear your story while introducing yourself for us to know, learn a thing or two. The mic is yours.
Thank you very much, and a big thank you to SAIPEC for putting this together. And I'm pleased and honored to be on the same panel with wonderful women. Thank you so much. So my name is Dr. Ibilola Amao. I'm the principal consultant at Lonade Global Services. We're an engineering technology, asset performance improvement, and information management solutions company. We, apart from deploying technology, domiciling and democratizing technology for OEMs and proprietors of state-of-the-art technologies, we're very passionate about identifying, developing, and engaging STEM talent. How did I get here? I had a very, very encouraging father. My late father did not discriminate around his daughters. He realized I was on the tomboyish spectrum and allowed me be who I wanted to be. A few quarrels with my mom, who thought I should be in the kitchen or focusing on domestics, but my father laid the ground rules that as long as I finished my domestic chores early enough, I should be allowed to do whatever I wanted to do, which was play outside, ride bicycles, climb trees, catch butterflies, plant beans, corn, and experiment on different things. And I really think parents need to allow their children innovate. Parents should really study their children's characteristics and not box them into stereotypes. So I'm sure we all know that within the first 7 years of a child's life, they exude a lot of creativity and innovation. And sometimes the words that mothers or fathers speak into the life of their children could actually truncate their destinies. So I think we really need to be more sensitive to what our children are wired to excel at and encourage them to be the best that they can be. So I wouldn't say I found myself successful by accident. I'll say by God's providence, because I studied civil. I left my favorite subject, which was arts, to go into physics, chemistry, and biology because I enjoyed both. But on the lazy side, it was easier to get an A in arts. I had to work harder in physics, chemistry, and biology. So I dumped arts for STEM. And then I realized I really had a passion for STEM because I really loved maths. Then I moved to the UK for my A-levels. I was discriminated against by my maths teacher, but by perseverance and focus, I was able to get an A in maths. Then I went to Queen Mary University of London, studied civil and structural engineering. I got a first class. And because I was too lazy to take an exam for my master's program, I opted for a PhD. So that's God's providence. I was supposed to, my PhD was supposed to have been in Queen's College, University of Cambridge. But when I got there and they realized I was a black lady, they told me the course was for European citizens. I wasn't a British citizen by then, so I had to go to University of Bradford. And that's where I was privileged to have done a PhD in computer-aided design and drafting. And I was able to specialize in 3D modeling of oil and gas facilities. So that was an accident. So but God's providence, obviously. And then when I finished, my late father insisted that as a PhD, I should go and train to become a chartered engineer. So with a PhD, I went and became a graduate trainee. Took a third salary cut, so I was earning a third of what I could actually earn. But that exposed me to 3 years of graduate training. And graduate training for me, I think, is so critical. So for all the young ones in the room, please go on a graduate training or continuous professional development program where you see the length, breadth, and depth of the sectors where you want to play and the various disciplines you could be trained and developed in. So I became a chartered engineer by spending 18 months of design on CAC, and that's how I just found a line longer on CAC, what's happening there, and I registered Lonodec. Quite honestly, I'll tell you that I am who I am today by the special grace of God. A lot of my male colleagues, he for she's and allies and sponsors have really helped me because most of the rooms I've gotten in, I've been the first female, so I couldn't have gotten in there without the help of the men, including my late father. So I want to say we shouldn't look at gender as an issue whereby excelling in diversity is a one track. We need the support of our husbands, our uncles, our fathers, and our male colleagues to make a success of our careers and our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a beautiful introduction. So over to Madam Patricia. I'm sure it's nice to hear about female entrepreneurs, and your story, I'm sure, will be appealing.
Thank you very much, and thank you once again to SAIPEC and Pattern for putting this together and really setting aside a day for women so we can discuss issues and also to invite the youth to listen to our stories so that they could learn and have some lessons for their own journey, which is about to begin or has begun. My name is Patricia Simon Hart. I'm the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of AFTRAC Limited. AFTRAC is a well services company. We've been around since 1998 when I started the business. I'm also a co-founder of the Women in Energy Network, WIEN, and I am an independent non-executive director on the board of Aradel. My journey started, I would say, and my journey, similar to most here, but my journey was more strategic, I would say, and deliberate and intentional all along the way. At the same time, I can also say that in my journey, looking back at how I started, I can see that there was a preparatory phase that prepared me for what was to come later. So I would say that preparation has to meet opportunity all the time for you to make the best use of opportunities that come their way. So I started out studying maths and computer science at the University of Port Harcourt. And even during my time at Uniport, I did an internship with ELF. And that's why I'm saying I was very intent not to work in the user environment, overseeing what the vendors did. And so I took a deliberate decision during my internship that I wasn't going to work in the user environment. As good as ELF was, it's now Total Energies, but then they were ELF before they were Total Fina ELF, and then they became Total Energies. So I took a deliberate decision. I want to work for the vendor. I want to be that vendor who actually does the work. So when my final year, all I was doing in my final year was looking for jobs with these vendors. So the NCRs, the IBMs, the Inlax computers, and that's what I was doing. By the time, so my final year, I was going for conferences, very, very, very deliberately going for conferences, searching out to look for jobs. So by the time I left, I had 3 jobs lined up. I was given a job with Unilever, a graduate recruitment job. They come to recruit. I got that job. I had a job with NCR to come and do my youth corps. I had a job with Inlax Computers. So I had those 3 jobs all lined up for me when I finished. But I decided I wanted to work for Inlax. I didn't want to work for UAC. I didn't want to work for UAC. I felt it was back to the user environment. I want to work for the vendor. So I took that decision to work for Inlax, and I started my career with Inlax Computers as a software engineer. I started my career, and so during my time at Inlax, I would say it was a preparatory phase, rapidly growing. We're the 3rd largest computer firm at the time in the 80s, and opportunities kept on arising. So because we were growing fast, as we're programming payroll systems, accounting systems, inventory management systems. It's great to learn your own business. Next, they moved me into an indent system. So they moved into the supply chain, and asked me to go and sort out the system and set it up properly because it was all in a mess, because we're growing very fast. So I had to follow up on Form Ms and things, letters of credit, things I'd never known, but I did it. I took on. So I was flexible, and it's one thing you need to be in your career, just as you heard others say. Be flexible. When opportunities are your way, just say, no, this is my field, this is my discipline, so I'm going to stay in that field. Be flexible, be open to take on the opportunities that come. The 3rd thing, then they threw me into HR. I should go and sort that out. Before I knew it, they'd thrown me into sales, which was the best thing they could have ever done, even though I resisted it. I started out first by making presentations to our customers, and then they sent me to go and chase up on sales leads. But that knock on any door and go and see any managing director, no matter how big the company was. And so that set me up for myself. So I'd had experience in accounting, I had experience in HR, I had experience in ordering and supply chains. I had experience now, before I knew it, in sales and marketing. And so also I had handled an advertising campaign for them. I had to oversee it because we're a fast-growing company before they put in all the systems that they do have. So that's where I started my career, which gave me that foundation for the future. Then, how did I get into oil and gas? So I started off in selling computers, and also I deliberately decided, because it was now becoming very competitive. So I started looking for products that wouldn't be competitive, and I happened to be, my customers were the downstream oil and gas. My customers downstream oil and gas, they don't pay. Cash flow is important in a business. So I took a deliberate decision again that I wanted a business that I would have no competition, or little or no competition, and where they'd pay me. And so that was the upstream sector. So I deliberately went to OTC to look for technology products. Fortunately, when I was at INLAX, the mindset that we're trained to have was a solutions-solving mindset. So I was looking for technology solutions that will solve problems in the upstream products, signed up with OEMs, a couple of OEMs, and then marketed, networked in the sector, marketed the products, got jobs with the first set of jobs I got was with and so they took on our new technology, and I've expanded from there into surface well testing, sand monitoring systems, and we also did some interwell studies with Traceco. So that's basically my journey. He's telling me to stop now. I could go on, but that's where I'll stop. That's how I got into the oil and gas industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I can connect with a few points on that story, but that's a discussion for another time. I think one of the reality on the ground where the rubber touches the road. So we have an oil and gas industry. Starting with you, Mr. Shalu, what to your mind are the key challenges, maybe one or two within the industry as a whole, and how do you see female leadership helping to provide a different perspective to it? And I like to say this little story. My first job was in KPMG Consulting, and I was recruited by a lady. So I came in there as an engineer, and what she said was that I had certain social skills and certain skills that will make me survive better in consulting. And that conversation with her changed the course of my thinking throughout my career. And it was a lady that gave me that perspective. So from your own view, how does female leadership offer a different perspective into the issues in the energy industry?
Thank you again so very much. And I'm going to be speaking from my personal perspective. I think for starters, I will say that we've come a long way as women in oil and gas. And sometimes we might be downplaying what it is that we've achieved. But I think we need to celebrate our achievements, I will say, so we can clap for ourselves. But then, so it's a competitive world, like I mentioned earlier on, but I'm going to be speaking to women generally right now, and it's from my personal experience. I could say that I consider myself as a late starter, and I'm going to use an analogy. So when you go to a football field, most women go and exercise. So we are playing the game to lose weight or whatever it is, or to bond with our friends. We are not playing to win. And that's the starting point. I'd done 20 years in the industry before I realized that actually I didn't realize it. So I was working with directly as the corporate planning manager then with my MD. And, I can't remember. I said, EBME, your colleagues are not your friends. They are your competitors. And, every time there's a question, I'm always sort of preferring others to myself, nominating others ahead of myself. And he said, you need to wake up. This was 20 years into, so I woke up 20 years into my career. So for women generally, I think that is a challenge. We need to be self-aware. Nobody is asking that we change who we are, but we need to adapt in the workplace. We need to be able to imbibe. We need to understand the company that we work for. What's the culture of that company? How do we adapt ourselves to that company? So that was a major, major challenge for me. I worked in Texaco overseas, like I said, moved to Chevron because of the merger. Then I came to Shell. And for years, every day I appeared in the office, oh, you look nice, is it your birthday? I didn't realize that Shell is a more conservative company where I should have toned down my, red lipstick and all of that. But constant learning. You must be willing to continually develop yourself because the industry is not waiting. Whether you're a man or a woman, things are evolving, things are changing. I mean, when we learn geology, you have to look for a seed and, you do it on light table. Today, if you want to interpret a map, you just pick a seed and you tell the machine propagates it for you, and you can do everything with just one click of button. So adaptability, understanding who you are, finding ways to imbibe the culture of the company that you work for, I think those will be the top challenges I faced personally. And if you think about it, you can begin to see how you want to work around that and make it work for you. And I'm going to say this not because I'm a tomboy like Dr. Ibilola, but the point is this: you are in that game to win. It's women. Remember that.
Thank you very much for those kind words. And I think I remember reading this book, which was given to me by an uncle of mine. It was The Things That You Are Not Told in Harvard, something like that. I can't remember the exact names and the exact title. But the key point of it was I was having issues with then the workplace. And what my uncle did say was that I'm trying to keep my career and keep my friends. That at some point you need to make a decision. Awareness and career talks. Madam, let's hear your own views. Having traveled the world from Kenya to Johnsontown and all that in terms of challenges in the industry and female leadership.
Okay, the challenges. I work in the sector of the oil field, which is oil field services, which really is predominantly male. I remember when I was in Houston, a recruiter came up to me when I was at SPE and said, "Why don't you move to Chevron?" I said, "Why?" We'll be able to provide you with a nurturing environment. And I looked at him and I said, "I'm not that sort of a person. I love challenge, so I'm going to stay where I am." What I do, I mentor a lot of women. As I said, I'm in SPE. I sit on the Africa Advisory Board. I mentor not only women, but also men. But one of the things I tell them, it doesn't matter how good you are. What matters also is knock down doors. You should be able to get up when you're knocked down. You should be intelligent and strategic in how you're going to do things. I never knew that in 2017 I would start my company. I basically rolled out of bed when I was fed up with corporate America and said, "You know what? What is it that I want to do?" I was strategic about coming back home to Africa. People in Kenya thought, "This girl is nuts. How are you leaving America to come back to Kenya?" I said, "Because the future is here. The future is here." And with it, it brought a lot of challenges. As my panelists have told you, we're not trying to sugarcoat, but we don't have enough time to tell you the good and the bad. We're just trying to condense and let you know that in life, in anything you do, you must be strategic. One of the things that also led me was that I wasn't seeing people like myself. I knew in all these companies, the Bakers, the Weatherfords, and whoever, without no criticism, at the time that I was going in, none of the CEOs were black, female. So I said, "You know what? I'm going to have to make that for myself. I'm going to have to sit at that table. And as I'm sitting at that table, I'm also making sure that with time, I'm bringing other people to that table." So it is very, very important for you young ones, as you are going through your careers, is that you peg yourself with people that will help you move. I say, yes, it's all well and good to be going with the big names, the big names, the fancy names, but look at who your bosses are. I think my sister here had said it was because of a male boss that she had. He was the one who encouraged and held her hand. I am very lucky. I also had many, many very good male bosses. I had one female boss, but most of my bosses were men. But they saw something in me, and I also challenged them. I tell them, why can I not get there? What is it that I need to do to get to where I am? And lastly, I always say, I try and teach my young ones, mentors, think like a business. In anything that you do, if you're working at a baker project that you have, what would you do if this was your money, if this was your business? That is how I want people to think. Don't always think, these jobs, I don't know what the other ladies are doing. Patricia, we're entrepreneurs. So we have a very different mindset. But we didn't get there because we, necessarily some business person came to us. We looked at the landscape, we saw where the business was going. And right now with energy transition, this is more complex than where we came from. But I still say, even within this energy transition, as an oil and gas engineer, which many of you may be, there are still many things that you can do. You can use your skills in many ways within the whole energy sector.
That was more shorter, Madam.
In terms of what I see as a major challenge, I want to look at this from a broad perspective. So in Nigeria, there's been a lot of divestments, right, lately. And like I said yesterday, the state of the assets that a lot of the divested entrepreneurs are inheriting are so deplorable that the ability to sustain the industry is seriously at risk. So the question is, how do we turn the tides? Most entrepreneurs are thinking about recouping their investment rather than, replacing and upgrading these facilities. So the question is, how do we get things differently? Because I know it's not easy. You borrow money, you acquire an asset, and you want to flog the assets until we come back to the table. And this is where collaboration comes in. We need to sit together because we can't do this alone. Yes, you've acquired these assets, but there might be other, entrepreneurs can chip in, come and upgrade these assets, and then we pay a tariff or whatever and make this happen. So what I'm saying invariably is, how do we challenge ourselves to be more collaborative? I hear Ibiyemi, say that you are in this competition. Yes, you are in this competition, but if you do not collaborate, you will drown. If you do not collaborate, you will drown. At least the industry is such that you cannot stand as an island. You have to work collaboratively. But I also appreciate the fact that you must be self-aware. You must know what your limitations are. Collaboration is inevitable, and we must collaborate to deal with this problem.
Thank you. I think to lend a thought to that, in his award-winning book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey, he talked about independence and interdependence. What he said, his own thinking was that for you to be effectively interdependent, you must first be independent. In other words, you need to be self-aware, strategic, and know the values you bring. And it is only in that way you can effectively collaborate and not be a pest, so to speak. So, Dr. Amo.
Thank you so much. I would say professionalism and ethics is an area where we really need to do a lot of work. I think we do a lot of talking and we do a lot of complaining. The ability to strategically define what the problems, issues, challenges, pain points are, and then begin to innovatively, creatively, and through crowdsourcing ideas with all humility that no man is an island, no man can actually come up with a strategic roadmap or a solution on their own, come up with solutions, projects, initiatives, and create value in a sustainable manner is something that we all really need to think thoroughly about. Making money in the short term to the detriment of your medium to long-term goals is not sustainable and is not advisable. And I know that people think, okay, there's money in the oil and gas industry, let's get in there and make money. But I mean, like my colleague just rightly said, you can make quick money. All we can't afford to have is a blowout or an incident or an accident in the oil and gas industry. We will be back to ground zero, and all the progress we've made over the years, God forbid, it goes to places. And when we look at the insurance premium we may have to pay and the risk involved in not doing things right, I think we really, really need to think through our HSSE policies, our standards, our procedures, and begin to do things right. You don't need to be policed or monitored or micromanaged to know that this is the right and ethical thing we have to do. And I think this is the kind of legacy we want to bequeath to the next generation. With marginal fields, independent opportunities coming and assets coming up, we want our younger people to cooperate, collaborate, and coordinate their resources to access these resources earlier and begin to produce, explore, produce, and refine and maximize the value of our hydrocarbon resources in Nigeria rather than exporting crude to import finished products. We need to push those envelopes a bit more, but it requires a lot of ethics and a lot of value systems that would enable us cooperate and collaborate ethically. A lot of trust is required to do this kind of strategic business. And I'd like to see more ethics in the industry, more trust, more collaboration, more professionalism, so we can do things more holistically, more successfully, and more sustainably. Thank you.
Thank you. So the moderator has told me we have 5 minutes. So if I can just get 2 minutes from you so that we can take at least one question from the audience.
All right, I'll do that. I think for me, the challenges I see first is the changing policy landscape, and and that's for all African countries, the local content policies, the industry policies as well. I've seen policy change since I started 27 years ago in the industry in Nigeria, and it's the same everywhere. So that's one big challenge, and it's because business becomes very risky as policies continue to change. That's one thing. But at the moment in the industry here, another problem that we envisage or that we're actually going through is the lack of the talent pool. There's a lot of Japa, people are leaving. And it's because of the industry and the way the industry is being run for the oil and gas sector. Even though oil prices are going up, we see engineering rates to service companies going down. And because of this trend, we tend not to be able to pay what we should be paying an engineer, because if your engineering rates are like 1/10 of what they were, when we started, when oil prices were much less, you can't justify it. So we see real capital flight of personnel that are experienced in the industry. The third thing I wanted to say was also, when I started, there was nothing like mentorship. There was no female mentor like women in business in the oil and gas sector. I couldn't find anybody. I was always in the midst of men, always alone. Initially or something else. So that's the challenge. I think women still need to pull together. We're still not seen, and that's why I joined Fumi Ogbe and Dr. Amao to set up the Women in Energy Network, so that we could have a platform where women could be mentored, where women could look up to other women. But apart from that, men still have their men's clubs, and women, we don't have our women's clubs. We still don't come together with the opportunities. When I was looking at the previous panel, it was like, wow, we have so many women in senior positions, but we have no access to them. We can't engage with them to know what's going on. We can't even identify the opportunities. And the men have these clubs where they do meet, where they do engage, and they do have access to opportunities. So those three things, I would say, are real challenges for women, are real challenges also for the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. So, for the purpose of interaction, so that we fulfill the all righteousness, we'll just take one question. Okay. That seems like somebody that is very eager. The lady come up first.
No, your timing. Okay, the lady is up. Let's get her question.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for such a great section. All right, so I think I would like a balance. Okay, so I'm Jennifer Choma Amadi. I work with Kenyon International. I would like to have a balance, or get a balance. Okay, can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, so I would like to get a balance when the Mrs. Ashaolu said your colleagues are not your friend. I would like to debate that because we spend more time in the workplace, and if you have that perception, you would obviously be suspicious about everybody and battle a lot of depression. Personally, I've been blessed with great colleagues. I know not everybody would like you, and not everyone will be your friend, but I can say out of my colleagues, I've had like a crop of people I call friends in my workplace, and I get the required support and, cheerleading as much as possible at different milestones. So saying that your colleagues are not your friend will just put up that, you just move around with a whole lot of baggage, which might be unnecessary for your growth.
Okay, so how's this not a question?
It's a question.
Labode,
It's how to balance.
No, madam, just hold it. I will come to you, please. Labode, let me listen to Mrs. Obe. There's a prof from Unilag. That's you. From the academy, I will take one. Madam, I'll come to you. Just that two and I'm done. But please, can it be concise? Like pam, 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 I take my mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Permit me to just express our appreciation to the organizers of this program. And on the panel there, we have two alumni of University of Lagos. My name is Professor Johnson Agunsoye. I'm the Director of Student Industrial Placement. We're here prospecting for placement for our students. And my question is, wouldn't it be nice and beautiful? I have about 8 student girls from STEM program, first class grade, hardworking, committed young student, 18 to 20 years here. And I'm just wondering if you could help this student by pitching them with your industry, just one student, and you will make our day. Thank you.
Unilag, expect my invoice. You are not escaping this. Expect my invoice. It's coming in dollars. Expect my invoice.
Thank you very much. There's somebody here who is interested in your girls, Mr. Unilag. My name is Fomi Okwe. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank Petan for organizing this. When we started a few years ago, this room would be like the third row. So it's very good to see that it's so well attended. So Patricia, I think, hit a very important point. When there's opportunities and women are put in charge of it, they will never make it available to others. A woman will bring out the rule book and the list to say, oh, but no, this is what the rule book says. How can we change that? How can we really change that? When I see two people in an office, me as an entrepreneur, a man and a woman, I will go to the man because the man will bend some rules. It's not a good thing, but men are willing to bend rules for you. A woman will not. We will not bend rules for anybody. We will say this is the checklist. You don't qualify 100%, so you cannot have access to that opportunity. Or my company says it's unethical for me to tell you what is happening. Or these are the opportunities, but I can't tell you. So how can we? I mean, this is who we are, right? How can we change it? Can we change it? Or what do we need to do to give opportunities to ourselves? How can we help each other?
So this is Labode, back to you and your panel, and that's it.
Okay, can I start with the first question and I'll touch on Fumi's. So yes, I'm happy that people are leaving this room, especially women with, your colleague is not your friend. But again, I'm happy I also have the opportunity to clarify what I mean. Of course, my colleagues are my friends. But what I came to do in the office is not friendship. It is work. So, as we are friends and all of that, remember that the reason you wake up every morning and go to that office is to deliver value to your company, to develop yourself, and that's your bestow in the office. If he's a man, when they are asking who is suitable for the next position, he ain't gonna put your name forward. So we are friends. You need them as collaborators. I can go to you to help me with something and all of that. We sit, but when he's making his presentation, he's not going to mention your name that Fumi or Ibiyemi or someone did it for me. So when I was working on the model. So just keep that in mind. Of course, I've made my best friends today in the industry, in life, are from the industry because like you said, 80% of my time, these are the people I spend it with. But at the back of your head, my dear, remember that. So that's the clarification. And coming to Fumi, I just want to quickly say, yes, women are very strict. And there are for some reasons, and someone already mentioned that boys club academy. That's what I wrote in my notes actually. It's a boys club academy. We don't have our own. We don't bunch together as women. So whilst men bend the rules and get away with it, they are waiting for us to just do a little cray, then it's all over the place. I don't want to mention names, but just look at the landscape of Nigeria. The one or two women that have been mentioned to have been involved in corruption, it's as if there's never been corruption in this country. So that's why we are very careful, because we are being watched, we are being judged, and it's not a level playing ground. So we need to be careful. We'll find other ways to collaborate, to help ourselves, but bending the rules, you're going to walk into a trap, because I can guarantee you, those bubble traps, they are always there. Thank you.
If I may add to that, the previous panel, we talked about cultural biases. We cannot take away from the culture where we are. It's a male-dominated culture, whether we like it or not. That's what it is. We know that we have some exceptions where women are allowed to do things, but where you have in a predominantly male-dominated culture, especially in the oil and gas industry, I think Ibiyemi's caution, stands. You have to do things cautiously. Number one, women are just beginning to demonstrate that they can do as well as men. So our relevance, what's the word now? For the sake of this, let's use our relevance is being established as is where. I believe that it's a journey. It's not something we're going to achieve in one day. Even for the men folk, they go through the same discrimination. I have men as well who come to me and complain about the same thing we complain about. So it's not only about gender, it's the word is ethics. How do we see the entire business? Because you are my paddy, whatever you want, I'll do it for you. Because you are not my paddy, I won't do it. It's all ethical. It's all about the ethics. So again, I think we need to be cautious. My caution is that we need to be cautious. We are on a journey. We need to really validate that we say we are who we say we are. We need to validate that the value proposition that we are bringing, we really put it on the table. And once that is well established, people will then take you from there. So I think let's take it, let's make haste slowly. We'll get there eventually.
Dr. Mo? I think, because we're running short of time.
No, I just wanted to extract...
1 minute?
You're cutting to my minute. Yes, I will. Oh, no. I just wanted to extract this and say for the young women, do not believe that the young men are better than you. I've noticed this for a job posting. You see women, well, I can't tick all the check boxes that are there. Nobody is perfect. If you were, then you shouldn't be having that job. And you see a man goes in, and a lot of them are confident. Young girls develop that confidence. Once you have it, you will go anywhere in this world.
Yeah. I'd just like to say that professional ethics is something that I would love us women to bring to the fore, because one of the problems we've had in the oil and gas industry has been professional ethics. So I really think we can improve and we could push that narrative. I think we really need to work hard in that area. And I would also say, in terms of friendship, you need to know who your friends are, who your colleagues are, who your competitors are. So it's an evaluation. So somebody could be your friend, your collaborator, but could also be your competitor. So you must assess on a case-by-case basis. So this is where emotional intelligence and cultural intelligence will come to play. So you really need to understand the dynamics and the culture of your organization to be able to segregate who a friend is, who is a colleague is, and who a competitor is. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add to what was said by Fumi in terms of bending the rules, that's not what I was talking about. I was just talking of us as women strengthening networking and our networks as women so that we could have access to those people that ordinarily we wouldn't have access to in positions that are in positions to help you advance your career. There are ethical means and ways to do it, and that's what I'm talking about, and it will go a long way in terms of our businesses, especially for women in business. Yeah.
Okay. All right. As you can see, we could go on this conversation for the next 7 hours and we'll probably not be tired.
7 years, maybe.
Yeah. And speaks to the fact that energy is the most important commodity, period.
Please just remain seated for just a few more minutes, just a few more minutes. Now, following the presentation of their appreciation gifts, I want to ask for that favor again. Please remain seated. As they rise and take their seat in the audience, remain seated. I will have 2 or 3 people come up here and give us brief feedbacks about SAIPEC 2025. Then I'll have the conference chairman for Pattern come up here and give a closing remarks. We will then close the strategic conference for SAIPEC 25. We'll take a break after that and reconvene at 2 p.m. to start the Future Generation Forum, right? Which is why most of the undergraduate students are here and young professionals as well are here. I mean, even the established professionals, you can be here, you can take away something for your younger one, your children, your grandchildren. You can take away learning for somebody from the things that will be said here this afternoon. Back to Unilag, expect my invoice. Chubibe, please, let's have you now. Let's have you now. A round of applause for our panel one more time. Thank you very much. Mr. Chubibe is the conference chairman and the CEO of Poseidon. He will be presenting these appreciation gifts to our panel. Let's begin with Madam Ibiyemi Asholu. Thank you so much. You need to know why you come to the office. You don't come to discuss movies. You've come to work. When you leave the office, talk movies. That's why we're here. Thank you so much. Engineer Rogo, thank you. Don't run away from challenges. Remember, face them. Doesn't matter the color of your skin. Just be intelligent and smart. You will break barriers and build bridges where necessary. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Eyeson. Whether you start as a banker, whether you start as an administrator, be determined and focused. You'll find the right mentors along the way. You will get to where you're going to. We thank you. Now, what Dr. Amao did not tell you people in humility is that every single one of those achievements, she never came second. Take that from me. From primary school, she never came second. I'm not exaggerating. But thank you so much. Thank you for the work that you do. And of course, Madam Simon Hart, I mean, the story of coming and choosing where to go and deciding where to serve and arriving at where she is today, remarkable feat these women have all achieved. CEO Captree, Olabode, show me. Thank you very much. You did a fine job. Such an expert you are, and such a team. He's a great team player. He's a great team player. You know, Labode is a great team player, I can tell you that. Thank you so much. Please, family photo. Family photo, family photo. Again, kindly, it's just a few minutes to this closing feedbacks. Don't stand up, please. Remain where you are, please. Allow them sit down, and then when we take that break, you can then interact with them. I know you have an urge to speak with them, get their contact, ask them questions. I respect all of that, trust me. But please, for the next few minutes, remain seated. We appreciate you. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you from Elizabeth. Please, ma'am, don't go yet. Don't go. You just stay with me on stage. Please. No, stay with me on stage. Stay with me on stage. Stay with me on stage. Yes. No, she doesn't. I just need her to give me a feedback on SAIPEC 2025. Yes, So I'm taking a feedback. I'm taking a feedback from some of our delegates like yourselves from outside of Nigeria. I'm going to take feedback from Morocco. I'm going to take from Ghana, and then I'm going to take one from Nigeria. So I need you to just talk to us. Can we put your hands together for Engineer Elizabeth Rogo? Engineer Elizabeth, this is just a feedback, a few minutes. Tell us your takeaways and perhaps your charge for SAIPEC 25.
Hello again. I've been attending SAIPEC. This is my 4th year, and it is permanently marked in my brain that February, I'm in November. SAIPEC has been extremely invaluable to me because it has shown me a forum that I didn't know existed amongst the oil field providers, the companies. It has really been a learning ground for me. As much as I may know what I know, I continue to learn. I continue to see my brothers and sisters who have done extremely well because of the climate provided by the country in terms of local content. I think a lot of times when we hear Nigeria, we're not celebrating this expertise that is here. And it has opened my mind. When I go back to Kenya, I talk a lot about what is here, and I talk about the expertise that can be brought into the region, into East Africa region. I'm very pleased to tell you, as a result of the people that I've met here, I've been able to take 2 teams who have come into Kenya to come and look at our world-class geothermal drilling, as well as the big power plants. These are major that have made Kenya #1 in Africa and #6 in the world. We're just about to enter the 1 gigawatt club. So because of the expertise that is here, I'm encouraging you guys to not just look at all your offshores. We have lots of offshore in East Africa. Open up the companies that are doing this. With regards to the SPE providers, the Secretariat, wonderful people. Thank you so much. We are always met very well as an outsider. We are taken care of. I came in on Sunday. This airport was magnificent. It was nice and quiet. Nigerians were really smiling that day. I said, "You're finally smiling." And besides the heat that knocked us out, we were able to take quite a pleasant trip from the airport to our hotel. So I will definitely continue coming here. I'm hoping that from next year you'll see more Kenyans coming here. I will continue to sing the song of SAIPEC, and anyone who's interested, just find me on LinkedIn, Elizabeth Rogo. I will get back to you. And as for your graduates, sir, professor, your graduates, if anyone is keen, you never know, tell them to come and look into the Kenyan market, and we can help train them as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Elizabeth Rogo. As the founder and CEO of Savo, we're moving on to another feedback, and this time from Morocco. I'd like to invite the head of Offshore Evaluation Division, National Office of Hydrocarbons and Mines in Morocco, Madam Didi Sawa. A round of applause for Madam Sawa, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to address on behalf of ONHIM, I would like to address my acknowledgement to Petan, who organized this event. It was very fruitful for us. It's our first participation in this event, and for sure that will be not the last one. It was very important for us to participate, as that enable us to have an idea about the latest news on African industry, oil industry, and it was an opportunity also for us to share our experience and our news with all Africans participating in this event. So if union is strength, chair is intelligence. So this is the real added value to be present at this event. So once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Didi. A round of applause for our two speakers, Kenya and Morocco. Please give them a round of applause. By the way, she and her colleague are coming to this event for the very first time. I think another round of applause for them will be fitting. Let's now travel across the border for a jollof war. Let's welcome Dr. Opong Riverson, African Regional Director for SPE, my friend and brother, giving us his own perspective on SAIPEC 25.
Thank you. We don't go fight about jollof today. Because the truth is that it's not a Nigerian jollof or Ghanaian jollof. We don't own it. It's for Senegal. But because Nigerians and Ghanaians like to fight over everything, we just bring a war to fight, you know. But funny enough, I always tell everybody that I'm from Uyo, Akwa Ibom. Even though I'm a Ghanaian. And I sound like them, right? And my name is Opong. You see? Yes. For all you know, I'm from Calabar. All right. I mean, I think this actually is my 7th time attending SAIPEC in a row, non-stop. And year on year, the experience, the network, the topic for discussion is always improving. And it's no wonder you see us flying over for 30 minutes from Accra to Lagos to meet all of you. And I think my key takeaway from this year's conference had to do with the African content policy that Petan is trying to put on the table. I can guarantee the support that SPE Africa can bring, and also from my country, Ghana. We have a new government, and I think it's the right time for Petan to meet the new government, the new minister in Ghana, and let them know that there's a need. Africa plays a very strong role in the global energy demand as far as our resources are concerned. But I think it's time for us to have a full value chain of the entire oil and gas family. Talking about refinery, talking about infrastructure, talking about, I would say, industrialization. That's what COVID and that's what energy transition has taught us today. For all of you who have been on the booth, you've seen what companies are showcasing. I saw a technology that could make you still use your diesel or petrol and still have the fuel transformed into CNG or an LPG to lower your emission and consumption. And I think this is, some of the technologies that we're looking out for when you're going back home and across the continent. So on behalf of my own country, on behalf of SPE Africa, thanks to Petan and SAIPEC for the invitation, and you'll see us again next year, God willing. Thank you. Very much.
All right, let's bring it home now and ask to come talk to us on behalf of Nigeria and indeed our sponsors, because they are like principal sponsors on this occasion. From AOSOL, I'd like to welcome Mrs. Chinwe Ilo, AGM Government Relations and Regulator. Did you hear me say one of our lead sponsors for the event? Please make the applause better. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everybody. For AOSOL, this is the first time that we're going to come into SAIPEC. We used to do other events before, but have never been to SAIPEC, and I must tell you that it's been a very, very awesome experience. I mean, we showcased our innovations, our new OEMs. The feedback has been very good so far. So thank you to the organizers of SAIPEC. This is our first, and it won't be our last. We'll be coming back here again to keep showcasing what we have and the new innovations that we've acquired so far. So thank you to everybody for attending and stopping by our booth. Thank you.
All right, to bring it home, you've always, since inception, you played quite instrumental role in bringing to bear this conference and continue to strengthen the organization. Let's get your take as the last one, Mr. Ronchi Omole, CEO of Red Eye Circle. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Omole. He is one of our leaders here at Petan, who takes Petern's collaborative work and advocacy quite seriously. We'll just get your few minutes of feedback on SAIPEC 25 before we go to conference chairman for his closing thoughts.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To come together as entrenching our all in place. The whole essence of SAIPEC is to have a place where professionals across Africa can meet, can collaborate, can create friendship. Business is friendship. When I trust you, I want to do something with you. And that is what we've been building, African friendship. Through that, we share a common purpose. Local content, increase the value chain, build capacity, build cross-border relationship, provide employment for our youth all over Africa, and start making us to be African-centric. I've been around Africa, beautiful, lovely place, intelligent people, young, smart engineers, one of the best that you can find. So it's our responsibilities as industry leaders to keep on building the market, entrenching it, creating opportunity for these young ones, making them experts in Africa, experts in the world. The truth is that every nation on earth now either has gas or oil. The service providers have shrunk. They cannot do the work. So the next frontier for the service engineers, the service companies, is Africa. We've got the smart teaming population, and that is why we are saying, let's work together, let's leverage our experiences, let's have African content, let us ensure that experience in Ghana, in Uganda, is as good as experience in Nigeria. That is the only way. It is now, within the next 2-3 years for us, the multinational service companies, they cannot do the work. The OEM, they don't have the resource. Now they are talking to us. So the next frontier of the medium and regional global players will come from Africa. And it's our dream. Next year, SAIPEC will be 10 years. And we're hoping that by next year, we will celebrate JVs, relationships, and achievement that we have made over the years. So once again, I would say, thank you for coming to SAIPEC 2025. We look forward to every one of us sharing the message at home, in Uganda, in Mozambique, in Angola. Let's bring our colleague service providers to come and network with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now to the Chief Executive Officer of Poseidon Limited and Conference Chairman of Petern 2025, Mr. Chubi Ibe, for the final thoughts of SAIPEC 2025. A round of applause for our conference chair. Him and the GEP team and Secretariat have done a fantastic job.
Wow. It's been a wonderful time with each and every one of you, showing commitment, resilience, and patriotism to our African continent. On behalf of Petern, BOT, Executive Board, and members of Petern, and our partners, the GEP, I want to sincerely thank each and every one of you for having time to participate in this year SAIPEC 2025. It has been 4 days of tremendous work, tremendous networking. I heard so much about collaboration, African content, making Africa great, making Africa rich, exploring our resources, exploring our minerals to add value to our life as a people, as a continent, and as a group of people who can help themselves to develop themselves. I want to thank you all for this wonderful energy. And I want to see it transform to practicality, not just by academic exercise here. We have to practicalize it. I want to thank our sponsors. I want to thank our African brothers that have come from all over Africa to be here. And we are going to push this message across Africa and ensure that what we are discussing here will be practicalized to add to whatever aspiration we have for our continent. Thank you all for coming. Tomorrow will be the golf event at Ikoyi Club. So all works and no play makes Jack a dull boy. You are all invited to that golf event to refresh and then network more. Thank you all for coming. Journey mercies as you travel back to your destinations. And God bless you, and God bless Africa, and God bless Nigeria. Thank everyone, the MC, the ushers, everyone that have participated, the media, each and every one of us. Thank you all, and look forward to 2026 SAIPEC. Thank you, and God bless.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my only charge at the end of today is somebody said something during one of the panel sessions when, after Engineer Obi, the vice chairman, spoke about the next phase of pattern. And the person asked the question, the next phase of pattern in 30 years, how many of the current pattern CEOs will still be here as CEOs? So the question then remains, succession planning, how well are we doing with it? Yes, we know there are going to be new companies for pattern in the next 30 years, but the pattern companies we have today, we want to see you here in the next 30 years. We want to see you maintain the standard and uphold the excellence. My name is Richmond Suja. See you at 2 p.m. Bye-bye. p.m. I announced it earlier. The future. Okay, please. The next session is at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Future Generation Conference. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. It's starting in this room. 2 p.m. You're all invited. Future Generation Conference. Take care of your personal belongings. Thank you. Students who are here and delegates, you will be having your lunch inside this hall on the other side that is partitioned in 15 minutes time, just for students and delegates. Beyond the partition of this grand ballroom, your lunch will be served in 15 minutes. Students and delegates, thank you.
they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make up. Pop one of this, make me blind like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some these, so many things inside. Imagine, slide down the.
No shades. Thank you, Technical. Good afternoon and welcome to the Future Generations Forum of SAIPEC. It's a year this year when the SAIPEC Future Generation Forum started. At this edition, we'll be asking the question of what has been learned and how are we evolving. It cannot be overstated that the nexus between the industry, current leaders, and the future leaders is what this SAIPEC Future Generations Forum has decided to become. Repeatedly, it has been said that many foreigners, especially from Asia, some parts of the Middle East, and even indeed Central Europe and North America, come to Nigeria to see greener pastures. Some of them do so illegally, some of them do so legally. But in all of it, there is a constant. Majority of them come poor and live rich. What do they find? What do they see? What do they seek that many of us struggle to see as Nigerians, as Africans? What opportunities do they walk into that many Africans who live on this continent struggle to see? But one thing is certain. If you hold a lantern or lamp long enough for the people you are leading, the road will be clear enough for them to get to the destination. And holding the lamp is what SAIPEC Future Generations Forum is all about. So that you would see the opportunities in this industry, you will be prepped for the future where you take your respective positions as employers of labor, as employees as well. I remember back in the day, in one of our classes in the chemistry lab, our teacher walked in and looked at all of us, and his first comment that day was, some of you here will serve some of you. Some of you here will employ some of you. And some of you here will be poorer than others. Everybody shouted, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid. But the fact is, if you position yourself long enough around opportunities, you will employ others. If you look hard enough to see potentials, you'll be richer than others. That's why you are among the selected few, after all. The Bible, the good book, says many are called, the few are chosen. So the few of you who are chosen, welcome to the second year of SAIPEC Future Generations Forum. To the business, I would go without further delay. I'll begin by welcoming our panelists and yield it over to our script a little bit this afternoon by first welcoming the moderator for the panel, African Regional Director of the Society of Petroleum Engineers International, a brother from Ghana. Let's welcome Dr. Riverson Opong to his seat on the podium. You're welcome. He will be joined by our brother who is African content coordinator from. Yeah, the next one. Yeah. Right, that one. Yes. Opong, please come up. They will be joined by the Vice President, SPE UNILAG chapter out of the University of Lagos, Oko Samuel Apple. Yes, that one. Samuel. This one here. You know, earlier, Unilag was owing me 2 invoices. The way they clap for you now, they made it 4 invoices. As I'm going to charge them for that clap, they clap for you now. Well, anyways, welcome. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you so much. Joining them is the General Manager, Development and Subsurface COG for Shell, Mr. Abdurrahman Mijin Yawa. Not able to join us, but has sent the Asset Development and Subsurface Lead West Africa for Shell. Welcome, Patrick Oguntoye. Patrick, you're welcome. Next. No, this way. Yeah, this way. Yes, you're going to the right of the guy in the purple suit. Welcome. This is Olawale. Olawale Ajay is a reservoir engineer with NNPC Limited. Okay, joining them is one of those brilliant minds that Shell, should I say, donated or sent forth to serve his fatherland in a much higher capacity. He is the director, Dr. Ama Ikuru the Great. Please welcome Dr. Ama to his seat on the podium. Dr. Ama, you are welcome. Dr. Ama is one of those Nigerians passionate
just some little bit of chat with these wonderful men I have here today. Starting with the youngest, not to put him on the spot. I want to understand from you, Samuel. You are the SP Vice President for your chapter. What has been the passion? I mean, what has been the driving force, even as a student? I know of the things you're doing as a student chapter here in Nigeria, and congratulations of your recognition by SP International globally, for all those things that you've done so far. But aside of what you do with SPE, what actually is the driving force? What brought you into the petroleum industry in terms of education, and also what is keeping you to still be a student with a vision to be in the industry?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Samuel, and it's a privilege to be here today. I really want to appreciate Petan for giving us the opportunity to attend this conference. Sincerely, I know I won't say I'm the most qualified to be here, though, but I would like to appreciate the moderator and my wonderful, like say, mentors in the industry, because I believe this is everybody's dream. Most people we have on this session today, as a young person, I would like to be way better than them and high above their door, but so I grew up in an environment where at a very young age, you only get access to telecoms and good educational materials as a result of your father's maybe income. So we get to attend schools with divided supplies for students, where you have some students excelling as a result of a good family income compared to some others that don't have anybody to support. And I was also opportune to get admission into the University of Lagos, which is known as the School of First Choice, the nation's pride. And we all know how hard it is to be a student of Unilag, especially in Nigeria. So I'll tell you, the 1% of the 1% of students that I jump every year, they always apply for Unilag. And it's a privilege to represent that school today. So, and most of the challenges we face as students, sincerely, some of them cannot be communicated even on platforms like this, because we might never be able to spend the whole day. So, and I would say for me, part of those reasons has been the motive, because we believe as science-interested and oriented people, we know there should be a driving force for every motion. So the driving force for me is a cause for change, especially in a continent that is giving over 60% of its population to be youth. So of age from less than 25 years, we have over 60% of Africans to be between the age of 0 to 25 years. And little or no investment is being done. And that's one reason why I've joined numerous societies. I've volunteered serially with different societies, including the United Nations Volunteer, and the Lagos State Corporation for Volunteers also. Then I've also leveraged on the fact the platform's SP as an international organization has led, and today I would thank God for the opportunity to serve as a vice president. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I will jump straight away to Dr. Ama. You know, I had a bit time to search about you and all that with the stuff you've done for young professionals. You're a professional seated among us today, and the young professionals are here. Could you enumerate and enlighten on some of the strategies that a company like yours put in place to build capacity among students to young professionals to become professionals like you? What kind of roadmap in terms of professional development
has been drawn so far.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm very excited to hear my friend talk about University of Lagos, and he said University of First Choice. It's exciting, isn't it? So what to my first contact with most of the students is that you have a lot of students who finish from this population, and on graduating they'll be asking, why did I why did I go to study engineering? Why am I in this profession? Because you are then looking for opportunities to actualize what you've studied. And back then in Shell, we tried to do the postgraduate scholarship for Nigerian students, yeah. Send them to Imperial College to do things like geosciences and co. Send them to University of Leeds, University of London. But that was in the Shell days. Now, in my role in the industry today, Nigerian content, I think the problem is still persisting. I went to Unilag to see what they have as their engineering laboratory. And the professor there told me that that lab was built in 1965, equipped in 1965. It has not changed, it's small, for 15 students. Today you cramp in over 100 students into the laboratory to study, and the equipment, to the best of my knowledge, is not very adequate when I compare that to what I see in other schools. And so what have we done? We decided to bring in what we call institutional strengthening in our human capital development guideline. And with the institutional strengthening model, we are going back to those schools to expand capacity, modernize those laboratories. So if you go to Unilag today, there's a new building coming up, the Geoscience Center. Yeah, it's a partnership between Shell and Nigerian content. We've gone to Ife, we've upgraded the Science Center in Ife. It's very modern now. We've gone to Niger Delta University. We are going around the universities and we are helping to expand infrastructure, because if we do not do that, then our human capital development program, we see a lot of people coming forward to be trained. And how far back can you go? The companies we send these people to for training are struggling to cope with the knowledge gap that they have. So we have to improve the facilities in the schools to ensure that the graduates coming out of those institutions can be world class at some point. Yes, I don't need to send them back to the UK to study. Yeah. And for us to achieve what we want to do with local content, we need quality people. In the room here, you will see the next CEOs of the best companies that we have. Today we say we have Nigerians on the driver's seat for most of our companies. But the next generation of those CEOs are in the room here. And we need to give them the right tool, which is why Nigerian content is daily thinking of what we want to do to improve their lot. We have instituted a competition amongst all the engineering students in March. We call that the Engineering Olympiad. So you have the Engineering Olympiad 2025, which is a partnership between the board, Inactus, Nigerian Society of Engineers, and some of the operating companies. They want to see students go, leave their phones behind and become creative. We're in a world where creativity leads the way. So if we can out-innovate, if we can out-manufacture the world, then we'll be in a good position and a pride of place to say, yes, Nigerian local content initiative is making a difference, and Nigeria is really moving forward. So with the Engineering Olympiad, you will compete. So it's not enough to say Unilag is number one. Unilag will compete with UNN, you compete with all the other good universities, you compete with a Covenant University, and your product, the product of your ingenuity will show. It will then give you that, bragging right to say that you are number one. We want to see our people, want to see our students come up becoming very competitive, yeah, against other people. We want to see people becoming very competent so that to employ you. Yeah, we want to do for the oil industry what India and other countries are doing for medicine and computer science and all of that. So we are passionate about becoming the best in terms of how we train our people. And education is very key. Once we take education out of the way, we ensure that in all our trainings, that we infuse entrepreneurship. Everybody here will not be employed by someone, but they have to become employers of labor. So I see in this place people who will grow to become the next batch of the Zuckerberg. So through innovation and entrepreneurship will lead the economy and make a difference in Nigeria. And they need tools, they need funds, they need support, which is what Nigerian content is about. So in a nutshell, what I'm saying is we know the problem, that our partners will work together to fix it and will make Nigeria better. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. I think after this statement, you can even close this panel. Going back to understand that we have full support from the local content pool. You know, one thing I've realized is that we can have as many solid policies that will work. But one thing I've realized is that young professionals or students would like to leave the continent because of job creation. Okay, Africa houses the laudable number of population for the youth, you know, and this number is going to increase year on year. But employment rates keeps on dropping year by year, and that is a very big problem that we now need to find a gap to close it. It's not as if there's no opportunities here, but they have the right to. And let me mention that the Olympia you mentioned is amazing stuff. You know, we've done that back in Ghana, but I hope this statement I'm going to make, when I go back to Kotoka International Airport, they will allow me to enter the country. But Nigerian students are the best in Africa. And at the SP international level, when you usually have something called the Petrobo competition, I've been a judge globally in Houston, in Canada, Dubai, everywhere. You see students from Herotwat and Nigerians. Where are the whites? You go to IFP, and the students they bring to represent IFP are 100% Nigerians. There's not even one Oyibo person in there. And like I mentioned, last year, the student who won the student paper contest, which university is he from? Where? UI, yeah? Is it Ibadan? Correct, that one. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's Nigerian. Whether it's Ibadan or whatever. He won the African competition, went to US, and won hands down. Texas A&M, anybody. They flopped. And the gap was huge. It tells you that if you're able to build those infrastructure that you mentioned, Doc, we can do better. And that's why I agree with you. Now, we are moving from infrastructure, we're moving from the competitions to bring down the brainer. After they've gone through all this infrastructure cycle, they've used the systems, they know how to use it. Let me go to Shell. How do you enroll them? My students are here. How do they get internship? That's all they're looking for. They're not asking for money. Just opportunity to learn. I'm lying, students. How do they get in there? You just tell us the process.
Thank you very much. AL does send his regard. He should have been here, but he had to send me. He had some other business exigencies, so that's why he couldn't come here. One of the things I would say is, if you look at the future of the next generation, I think it's very critical. Looking at the rate at which energy is going to expand in terms of demand, about 30%, even in Africa, I think that's strictly very huge. But before I go on to answer your question about what Shell in particular is doing to kind of enroll people, I will share a few examples, because Shell has been one of the largest employer of labor in the oil industry in Nigeria, and I will share a few things as well. We've also supported students as well in their internship. We've granted university lecturers sabbatical, and I will mention a few things. But before I go into that, I just wanted to throw in a bit of a challenge that we see at the moment. And one of the things I wanted to point out is the gap between the more senior people and the younger generation. We are seeing a significant gap. If you look at the average age of folks in the oil industry at the moment is over 45. It's a lot critical to enroll people early enough to begin to bridge that gap. That's fundamentally important. Even in my organization, I was joking, there was a time they put up the anniversary, and when we saw the number of people who are 20 plus years, it was huge. And then we compared the 20 plus years to those who are just 10 years when we were doing the anniversary. It was smaller compared to those. That tells you the big challenge that we currently face and makes it even very much imperative to ensure that we enroll people into our various organizations. For Shell in particular, over the years, I joined Shell about 12 plus years ago as a PTDF scholar, and that's one of the things you made mention about education. I was one of the beneficiaries of that for overseas scholarship in Erotworth, and you also mentioned that. And there's a fundamental point one of our professors said while in Erotworth about 15 years ago. He said, the investment Nigeria is making on you younger generation is going to yield results later on. He told us, because in class, you can have about 25, 30 people who are Nigerians, and like you did say, and he said that investment, and not just only in Erotworth, you have in Imperial College, Shell also has done overseas scholarship all across. ExxonMobil, I know, also does that as well. So we've kind of developed in terms of education, giving them the right education. But having done that, then we also have to create the opportunities for them to excel. And that's where the employment in all our different organizations come in, not only for the IOCs. I'm also so much excited about the fact that a number of our indigenous organizations, indigenous companies are taking the baton. Over the last few years, we've seen a lot of divestment come through with a number of our indigenous companies taking the helms of affair in the onshore and shallow water business. And that's also very critical because that makes it even much more important because you probably don't have the expert community you have in a place like Shell. You probably won't have the so-called big expert community that you have in a place like ExxonMobil. And so who are the people that will replace the same set of folks? There are people in this room. And that's the challenge to each one of us. As we go through it, as we go back to organizations, we need to challenge ourselves. What opportunities are we creating for the younger generation to come in? The very second point I will make is around focused skill development. That's very important. I know NCDMB with Petan and Shell, I think we've done a number of internship programs as well. I think since inception in 2014, they've trained over 170 people, thereabout. And I think that's also very important because we then equip people with the right skills. Even if they don't get a job with the Shells of this world, with the Seplats of this world, with the ENIs of this world, they can create something for themselves. One of the things I also know Shell does is the Shell Life Wire, which has kind of empowered youth. It's targeted at youth between age 18 and 30. And Shell has continually invested in the youth such that they can create employment for themselves. They become employer of labor by themselves, even if they don't get to work with the Shells of this world or the ExxonMobils of this world. I think it's a combination of several things we need to put into place. While they get the employment right in all these organizations, we also need to empower them with the entrepreneurship skills so that they can begin to build their own career for themselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Rick, for that contribution. I'll come back on a follow-up question to you, but I'll do the first round and I'll have a very quick follow-up. Based on what the minister said 3 days ago, it's in line with what you just touched right now. Ibrahim, now he just mentioned about the gap, okay? This gap is, I mean, it's not only a Nigerian issue, it's a global issue. In Ghana, to be fair, the current CEO of the regulator is just 41 years, the new one. It's a young guy. The guy who left was 60 plus. The new generations are taking over. And that's the future we are having here, see? But now, based on what you're doing for Africa, in terms of African content, training, how does your institution fit in here, okay? You've heard Petan mention the African content that they want to roll up. I'm buying into it. You are buying into it. Everybody's buying into it across Africa. How do you suggest milestones to be achieved with what kind of policies to be set to close this gap? Otherwise, 5 years and 10 years' time, we're going to still go back to the foreign countries to bring expertise.
Thank you very much, Riverson. Thank you for that question. It is a good wrap-up of why we are here from the employment perspective. Because if we look at African content, it's like an expansion of local content, but to the continental level, to the continental scope. What does local content mean? It's a policy that pushes for developing the involvement of locals. And we've known that there are two streams of value that goes directly to nationals, apart from the royalties to the government, to the states. And those two streams are employment and the local entrepreneurship, like what is paid to the service providers and what is paid as salaries. That is why employment is a key factor of local content development. And to make sure that we bridge that gap and we seize all those opportunities related to employment in local content, we have to make sure that the assets we have on the employment side matches what is needed by the industry. So we are facing several challenges. The first challenge is that if we are talking about oil and gas, the project life cycle is very dynamic. In the exploration phase, you have very small requests, small opportunities. In the development phase, you have lots of construction. In like the employment can skyrocket to 5 times or 10 times the basic employment rate. And after you get to the midstream production, it goes back down. So the first challenge is how to make sure that people we train and their skills are going to be consistently relevant to the market where they are operating. So that is the first problem we have. The other problem is that, or the other challenge, I don't like calling it problem, but if we are in a country and we count on only opportunities available in the specific country, there won't be enough opportunities for everyone. If Nigeria counts on, Nigeria is not a good example because you have too many projects, so much oil, so much gas, but it's a blessed land. But with Senegal, where I'm from, for example, we have 2 projects that are producing, one for gas, one for oil. We are struggling to create more than 5,000 jobs. And we've just reached production like 6 months ago for the oil and 3 months ago for the gas. So you see, that is why our value proposition at African Content is to stop considering ourselves as individual small countries and consider Africa as our home. Right now, if you're Nigerian and you're skilled enough, you go to Senegal, you're just considered as a stranger, as a foreigner, at the same title like someone who's from Aberdeen or from Houston or from China. It's the same, no difference. And our vision with African Content is that Africans should stop to be seen as foreigners in Africa. So that is what we want to push for. And thank you. And how we can bridge that gap also is to make sure that the information on the opportunities is available. In order to secure one opportunity, you need to know about the stakes. What do I have to earn there? What do I have to spend? And how big is the opportunity? So that is why we rely also strongly on technology. We are working on platforms to make sure the information is available to service providers, associations like PETAN, regulators like NCDMB, and also to job seekers and to the workforce, so they know that the opportunities are here. Here are the hotspots, the skills I need to train on, and here I have opportunities to get a reliable job and sustain my development. And all of that has to be supported by policy, of course. If those policy makers do not sit around the same table and align their violence, is not going to be working. But we cannot wait for policy either. So that means that we have to take the first step. That's why we salute the leadership that PETAN and CGMB have taken to lead on this mutualization of efforts throughout the African continent. So in a nutshell, Africa, each country is small enough to have opportunities for everyone. Africa is big enough for opportunities for Africans, and that's what we are pushing for. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. And that kind of collaboration is required, indeed, to bridge the gap between even employees and employers. I always say that there are still opportunities. There are companies looking for experts or the new entrants, and they're not getting the CVs, and their students or the new professionals also looking for a job. So if there's that platform where all this information comes, I think that'd be beautiful. Now I'll go to the only person who has not spoken yet, Olawale. You volunteer a lot. You do a lot of volunteerism. And I've seen how this is taking you far. You were last year in the US representing Africa at SPE Emerging Leaders Summit, SPE. Apart from the scholarships you know about, they get, I think, 1 week training about leadership. Because I think one of the key problems we have is leadership qualities that we don't have, to put us in the right places. So your daily job, what you do, the time you commit for volunteering, all the LPs you've done, the ALPs you've done, and then what you do, you are the Africa Regional Young Professional Chair. How is that benefiting you in your current role as a reservoir engineer? How do you balance yourself?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, Dr. Iversen, for that question. Yeah, so for me, I think for a start, volunteering was something I enjoyed. Like, I just don't want to be idle. Like, I need to get something doing, and if I can help someone, why not? So volunteering is something I started, and even before while in school as an undergraduate, I wasn't so very active in SP or other organizations in school. But once I got out of school, I needed to get something doing, and I started volunteering for organizations like the Food Bank in Lagos and several organizations lumped to school. So by the time I got my first job, not like first job actually, by the time I got to my current job, so someone, you needed me to be in a committee, and I said, why not? And I joined, and I was very active. I just wanted to help. Like, I just really wanted to help. And from that single opportunity, if I could count the number of opportunities that had come out from there, it's kind of innumerable. From there, I became the YP chair for Benin City section. It's like 4 years ago. And from there, I became the YP chair or YP co-chair at the Nigerian Council. Became YP chair, currently the YP chair in Nigeria, YP chair for Africa, also YP chair, YP member for SP International. So the opportunities have been there, and it was just the fact that I needed to volunteer, I needed to do things. So, but the question around balancing it all through, and it's something that sometimes I try to think over and over and again, how am I able to balance all this? And one thing I've learned is that opportunities are things that come to you, and by the time you're able to master one, it becomes easier as you go. It is at that initial time that you are trying to understand how this works. I could say I have like 5 years experience working in committees, and that experience alone, I know these committees, these are my deliverables. I need to achieve this. I have a set time to do these things. So balancing it all through, it's something that I've learned. And also, it's not like I'm a master in it at this point, but it's something that I've been able to manage because I've had the experience of working in subcommittees. I've worked under people, so I know what to expect from people that I'm working with. So, and that's why the platform like the SP Society of Petroleum Engineers, it offers that platform for you to engage people, work with people outside your core focus. And it's actually an advantage because if I remember when I joined NMPC, I think 2020, about 1,000 of us were recruited. And when I went to Pittsburgh in 2023, sponsored by Society of Petroleum Engineers, I was the only one because SPE makes you stand out from a crop because you have a lot of people, not as if you're competing, but you need to set yourself apart. You need to make yourself a light or make yourself stand out in that kind of environment. So SPE gives you the opportunity because you have been able to give. And one of the things I've learned from volunteering is that you gain as much as you give. So the much you can give to volunteering, the much you will get from it. And not that the intention is not to benefit at first. If you join volunteering because I want to get this job, that's why I'm volunteering. By the time you get the job, you forget about volunteering. That's why a couple of people, once they get into the industry, I've gotten to the industry, let me stop this volunteering and focus on my life. But if volunteering is your passion, even when you have a full-time job, I'm not doing the volunteering because I need a job at this point, because I have one. But because it is a passion, it is something I want to do, and it keeps opening that way for you. And that's one of the things I will encourage students because it's one way to get yourself busy, and not just busy doing anything, busy giving back. And at that point of giving back, you definitely have opportunities that will come your way just because you gave back. And at that point, that I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Of volunteerism. Please don't think that the patent chairman doesn't have his day job. He has his day job. 5 years ago, one of my daughters said that Daddy works at SPE. One of my daughters thought SPE was my full-time job. I have a full-time job. And patent is not a full-time job for the chair as well. I think that volunteerism, the act of giving back to the society, that puts all of us on a radar to support people and also support the industry. And indeed, time will not permit us to share what you've got from volunteering. And I remember when I became the session chair for Ghana, one of my serious weakness was how to pass on information to my subordinates. And I learned how to do that when I was the SP session chair for Ghana because I couldn't work alone and I needed to give information. So I had this problem whereby I thought that you should know what I'm thinking about and you should do it. Without communicating. It doesn't make sense. But it was my weakness. And I overcame it through volunteerism. And the power of delegation also came to me. So you could delegate who should do what, and it's always perfect. So let's give back to society, and I believe we're also going to enhance ourselves doing so. Now, I promise I'll be coming to the audience very soon to pick questions. You can ask anybody any question you want, any. You are allowed to ask any question you want today. And at this time, because we are officially done with SAIPEC. This is our time. Now, back to you. The minister mentioned something on Tuesday during his opening remarks, and I think you cannot argue with your minister, you understand? But I wish I could. Yes, I wish I could confront and ask for more details. He made statements like we're going to stop, or they intend to stop taking students abroad for training, and then every student will be trained here. It's good, to support local content and everything. But I feel that there are some benefits of getting students from Africa out there and bringing them back. There's some level of exposure you get, and you come back, you expose others around you. Understand? I wish you get your youth, Patrick, right? Yeah. If you can throw more light into that, and I'll go to Dr. Ama from Nigerian Content Development overview on that. Please don't go and tell the minister I said it. It's a simple discussion here, but before they quarantine me at the airport.
No, thanks, Mr. Moderator. Well, I wasn't here when the minister made that comment, so you can recuse me altogether. But I'm a strong believer in I'm a strong believer in local content. I'm a strong believer in it, but I also believe so strongly in that cross-utilization of skill set across the global world. I'm a strong believer in that as well. I've been with Shell. Shell has an expert community, and that's fundamental. We might say, let all Nigerians work in Shell. That's okay, there's nothing wrong. But they bring some other fresh perspective. They bring some other experiences from across the group that enhances our ability to work as well. So we cannot neglect that part of it. So while I do seriously advocate for putting folks in our Nigerian universities, I went to IFE. That's my first degree, and I'm proud to have gone to IFE, and then later had my master's in the UK. I don't see anything wrong. I think it's something we need to sustain and create a right balance between that foreign exposure and also that local development. Shell is doing a lot. You made mention of the Center of Excellence in Benin to develop folks in geoscience and petroleum engineering. Also, with partnership with NCDMB, we're doing the same thing in Unilag with about $10 million investment there for like a Center of Excellence. I was, at the time, also in Shell, was a capability advisor. So I kind of work with students where we brought in folks for in-country TV and your ability to challenge things as well, not just only from a local perspective, but as well as from a global perspective. Also from Shell, we also send people out as experts. That's very important. It's part of some of the value proposition of working for an IOC. You get into a company like Shell or Exxon, you're thinking to yourself, will I only operate within the spheres of Nigeria? No. You also want to challenge yourself in other spaces. We have folks that are working in the US, we have folks working in the UK, we have folks working in the Middle East. And when you then concatenate all these experiences together, all across the group, it strengthens the organization. So I don't know the context under which the minister said so, but I believe so strongly we need to sustain that overseas training while we develop the right environment as well for our folks to learn, and we create that balance. Fantastic. And that tension.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Please, let's clap for him. And I think it's the same from the same context I was saying, because I've had suites of education across the world. I've studied in Norway, I've studied in Russia, Stanford in US, and all these countries have different style of teaching, and I think it adds on to my scope today. In one of my classes in Stanford, I made a very silly joke by giving a very wrong answer. The person saw that answer was good. I was shocked. If this was in Ghana, they would have asked me to leave the class. I'm serious. I don't know about Nigeria, but in Ghana, before you ask a question, you have to raise your hand. Right? In Norway, you don't raise your hand. So when I was studying in Norway and Russia, I found out very weird. The first question is to people out and study, get this training, foreign experience, and they come back. Getting
So, hello. Okay. Let me start with the first question. And let me say that the minister is right, but I will explain. So we have programs that require that we send people out. For instance, when we train cadets, they qualify when they're on vessels that move on international waters. Now, that curriculum requires that those students go outside to gain the knowledge that they need to become competent in that area. So it's part of that training, and government will support that. If I'm training a pilot for a new craft, and the only place to acquire that knowledge is a technical center somewhere, then we will acquire that. The government is saying that on a larger scale, we should not send people outside just for the sake of sending people outside. You see a number of people going out, they want to learn other languages, for instance. And when you situate the economy where it is today, where the people are struggling to even give better education in country, I think my priority number one would be to ensure that locally I can train competent and quality people for the Nigerian economy. And we need people to support. Then, is that most of the people we send outside to study, you ask that question. Best friends away. Let's return some of them that will make.
When you go, please come back. What is the problem? When you go, will you come back? When you go, okay, those who come back, raise up your hand. Those who will not come back, raise up your hand. It's now 50%. So you're gonna get 50% back. So let's talk about. All right, now let's pick questions from Mr. MC.
Can I ask for a favor from those who are asking questions? Please, don't bother thanking them. I will thank them on your behalf. Tell us your name, your affiliation, and ask your question, right? Exactly. We have an agreement?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So we can take as many as we can, right?
Okay, good afternoon. So I'm Ayomide from Lagos State University. I'm the programs coordinator for SP Last 2. So my question is very brief, and as regarding to what Dr. Hamad said. So you said, now I understand your perspective, and now you explain that their youth go out to America to learn all of this, technologies, this skills, and then they go back to Nigeria to come back. I think for them to come back to sit in an office and just press a computer, there's no way to put what he has learned into practice. So my question to you is that what is your organization doing to bridge this gap?
If you don't mind, Dr. Ikuru and the panel, can I just take them in clusters? So I just like 3. Let me take 2 more, and then I come back to you to answer, right?
Yes.
So let me finish here. I want to spread this national cake as much as possible. Sorry, 1 second.
Okay, I'm Ifyo Kinyang. I work with Shell, HSC supporting supply chain. I just wanted to ask Dr.
Is your question same or different? If it's closed, don't worry. Your own is closed too. Okay, don't worry. Thank you. A different question. Your color different, so your question go different. I believe you. I'm coming to you, my friend. Let me finish this one first. Sorry, let me pass. Yes, you I'm talking to.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Mohammed Absalam. I'm a student of University of Lagos. And my question is to Dr. Amma as well. You mentioned that we need quality people. And I want to ask that, is there anything you're putting in form? I mean, you only just explained to us that you visit some university to see the facilities. Then is there anything in form to really see how the curriculum is? And if some things that are happening in the industry have been embedded in the curriculum. So as such, I want to advise the SAIPEC that for panel section like this, I think we need an academia too. Because there are challenges that come, not even because they don't want us to learn what is happening in the industry, but because of what is like the issue that is happening is what makes them to just burn and hope. I don't know if you get that question. I also want to ask Mr. Olawale. I was opportune to be on this section last year, which was also one of, and I could remember him mentioning the aspect of volunteering. But alongside, I think we are students, and I'm sure the word volunteering is not new, especially generation now that we have so many bodies and hope. But I think you should be more specific with those that want to go to the industry. What type of volunteering should you be doing? We have so many volunteering out there, and you see someone in the energy industry going to volunteer for something, and yeah, we know you're learning the soft skill, but I don't know if you get my question.
Yeah, I'm back to you. I said 3. Yes, I was taking the 3.
Doc, please shoot, and I'll come to you, Sam. Anybody else?
I think your question in a nutshell is, why should I come back to Nigeria? Am I right? Yes. So after studying there, why should I go and come back? Yeah. And what is in this for me? So let's listen up. Yeah. So each time I sit back to think, we have a number of billionaires in Nigeria. Am I right? And they are growing rapidly. This is one place where you can freely practice entrepreneurship and you're not harassed. I don't know what fascinates you. Is it that somebody knocks on your door and say, we are repatriating you back to your... I used to work in a manufacturing company back in the days. And a French man came here and he said, this is the only place where you need to come with only a pencil. And if you work very hard, you can become a millionaire in less than 5 years. This is that country. And test it. You guys know what has happened in the fintech sector. Nigerians are very successful. Am I right? Yeah, in the movie sector, Nigerians are very successful. If you are not successful in Nigeria, you will struggle to become successful anywhere else in the world. Yeah, here you lay the foundation, things. Okay, so maybe the system, the bureaucracy may not be very supportive, but those who know how to crank this engine know how to get things done and succeed. Yeah, and we are working. You're asking, what are we putting in place? So we have a new engineering innovation center coming up in Unilag, a $6 million investment by NLNG to replicate what you see outside. So that you can come back here to work in Uniport. You have innovation center, even in the Shell group, competitive pay. Ask my friend from Shell, does he want to resign? I think we should all be thinking about becoming in. And if we are very productive, we stand a bigger chance of being successful. The people who made it to becoming real billionaires in Nigeria didn't go outside to make their billions before they came back here. The excitement of going out to America will be for the first few years. Once you mature and you look back, you say, why didn't I stay back at home? By now I would have been doing something very useful. Yeah? Most of the Nigerian oil fields are owned by Nigerians. The chairman of Petan here is a big employer of labor, and he's doing very well. He's in Nigeria. You should challenge yourselves to say, how can I become successful in Nigeria? How can I support to make Nigeria even greater? Well, if you want to become an employer and you go to work where they pay you a little money and you become enslaved for so many years, you are free. But I believe this is home and come with open mind. We're also thinking about, we have an innovation center, yeah, you can work with us there to bring your ideas to reality. We're also thinking of establishing some maker centers. Think about the entire world. What we don't have is people to support to transition your idea from a product to something. But we've done that with the company Amal. Amal is a young entrepreneur like you guys, and now is a proud owner of a thriving business. You have to sit back, do the difficult work of thinking and being creative. The challenge I'm told of creativity, apply that knowledge to solve today's problem. And everybody will be their part of your door to make you a rich man. So why Nigeria? The market is in Nigeria. The gap is in Nigeria. People who appreciate you are in Nigeria. And you can actually excel in Nigeria. Stay back in Nigeria, support the Nigerian economy. That would be my answer.
Okay. Moderator, I just wanted to add a few points to what Dr. Amma has said, and I totally agree with that. And back to your question, you might also be speaking to a larger context of the issues in the country, the socioeconomic challenges that we have, and that's the fact. And we can't deny that. We talk about the Japa syndrome, where a number of our folks are living in droves, not necessarily because they also want to live, but the current challenges are also enormous and very difficult. And people are trying to find a new life, a better life for themselves. So we have to recognize that. But I will give you a landscape of opportunities that you have in Nigeria at the moment. I think we talked about Nigerians driving the forefront of the energy industry. And I think this is the right time and this is the opportunity for us to do that as well. You see, in the last few years, we've seen a lot of divestment in the onshore shallow waters and also the swamp access. And you, rightly, to be honest, those opportunities will exist for Nigerians. Those opportunities will exist for Nigerian contractors. Those opportunities will exist for Nigerians who have studied abroad and can make an impact to come back. They will be looking for new CEOs, new COOs, new CFOs, engineers, all across. So just look at that landscape. Nigerian energy industry is evolving, with Nigerians taking the aim of affairs within the shallow water, within the land and in the swamp. So see that opportunity, and if you can fit yourself into that landscape, take advantage of it.
Just to add to this, there are so many Nigerians who've made money in the country and they didn't make it in other countries. In Europe or the US, they made it right here. It's a kind of, it's not a straightforward start. You know, there are so many Nigerians I also talk to who want to come back home, and they don't have the leverage, they don't have the boldness. I mean, there's that lack of availability for them to come and set in. But they're doing well over there. As a matter of fact, one of the best brain surgeons in the UK, David Ikena, Nigerian, brain surgeon in London today. You understand? But if he comes here, back home, how is he going to be accepted? And I believe this is where we need to be intentional about grabbing them back, setting up a place for them. You know, we have brain surgeries to be made here in Nigeria. Why can't we do it? But can we even afford it? So someone will die with brain tumor or something. You know, so that kind of level needs to be addressed. Today, when you go to the universities and you ask some students, or even secondary schools, what do you want to do? I say, I want to be a politician. When did the politician become a career? It's only in Africa. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So just to address the question directed to me, but before that, to contribute to the conversation around the curriculum in our universities and all, And it's quite a big challenge. And one thing I would always advise is, as much as you can for students, try to get an internship position in any organization in the industry, either small or big, because it is going to make a difference in what's your perspective about what you're learning in school. I studied from University of Port Harcourt Petroleum Engineering. I wasn't sure of what I wanted to do with it until I interned with Chevron on my year 4. And after that period, I knew I was going to be a reservoir engineer. Like, it was a question of when, not if, like, because of that experience and that exposure. So as much as you can, try to get and secure an internship position. It's going to make a lot of difference in what you think you can do, because it gives you that exposure and all. And I know it's not easy. It's quite a lot of competition to get. But I know if you put your hearts to it, if I give my example, I didn't even know where, let me just speak briefly about it. Prior to that time, I didn't know where Chevron was. I didn't know the location. I didn't know anything about Chevron. What I mean is like this, and I picked the diary, and there was a list of companies. So it was not the time when we were doing emails, and I submitted over 50 letters in the post office. I don't know where it was going to. I knew there was a post office address, and I went to the post office and I was dropping the letters. Anywhere I just go, I walked the street of VI trying to submit internship. And unfortunately, one day I got an email that I've been invited for a test to write Chevron exam. I didn't know where Chevron was. I was in Port Harcourt, and I went to Port Harcourt. I was still in Port Harcourt. I was in school. I wrote the chances are few, but if you are very very another discussion, not least follow the passion for it. But if you still be strategic around it, look for a professional like SP.
Yeah, no matter where I get to, because I believe giving back to the country is everybody's responsibility. Then last year, December, we had an interaction with Dr. Ibilola. Thank you once again, Ma. So, and if I can recollect from part of what she said, there was a drive. When she came back to Nigeria, she had the will to do things. But when she started looking for places to start working, the unavailability of materials, equipment, really affected her back then. So moving on, I would like to speak on something. I think I've been opportune to attend a lot of conferences from the platform of XP, NAIS, and NAPE. But most times I've noticed, unlike other countries we tend to learn from, when you meet professionals from those countries, they are happy to see students and interact with students. So when we come from conferences like this, our very own professionals, when you reach out to them, they come to sessions, they will tell you, encourage students and all, give you pep talks, side talks and all. But when you reach out to them, they don't get to respond, sincerely. And most people here, I believe, today when I get home and I extend maybe a connection request on LinkedIn to Dr. Amma, I should expect a reply. Because I remember when I sent a request to Dr. Riverson and he replied, I was like, wow, this is the SP African Regional Director. So replying my message, you get so it meant a will to do more actually, and a will to participate more in the industry. Then another point I would like to bring out is for fresh graduates. I think Petan, like I was opportunity to be here yesterday, should maybe collaborate more with other organizations to see if the requirements for fresh graduates could actually be worked on. Because I can remember even right now, sourcing for internships. You go here, they'll give you some criteria. You go to another place, you want experience, and you want all this. Then I think SP has been taking the forefront in conversion of young students to professionals, laying foundations like free mentorship platform where you get to interact with mentors all over the world. Myself, I am benefiting from that. So most at times when I have issues with my courses, I can reach out to a mentor and he talks to me overnight. Some days I might be at work and we hold sessions to discuss. So I feel those are programs societies like Petan can also maybe create for students to benefit from, because it helps a lot. But having somebody you can always interact with will give you a leverage to want to work more. So then for the last to be one of the that much anymore, unlike the days of our fathers and our mothers in the house, where you get to benefit a lot just being a graduate. But today you can see getting 50,000 naira as a BGS, and you see some other companies for support as a student body. They will tell you, okay, go to this party, you don't get the student, because today the entertainment and other industries that are doing well in Nigeria are having the creatives from this industry move there. You can see petroleum students that because of no job might just I can sing in church. Let me just move into music. Today, yes, I think a petroleum engineer. And he's a musician today. And I'm very sure if he had an opportunity to be a petroleum engineer, he would have done that. So thank you.
So Dr. Opong, I'm out of time for this panel. Yeah, I'm aware that the last speaker is a Unilag student. I know, don't worry. Just simmer down, simmer down. All right. I won't be able to take your question yet because we're out of time for this session, but as we discussed, you're going to have time to say some things a little later. We want to thank you immensely. Wale, right? It's just that you have plenty of money. This I would have given you some money. You know why? Because you were persistent. You see, laziness begins your downfall. The day you choose not to believe. If I tell you how I got here, It's similar to what he did. If I tell you how many rejections I got from event plan, give me job. They would not listen to me. I knocked on their doors. I pushed down their doors. And when God gave me an inspiration to get to where I am, I said to him, God, may I not get businesses from them anymore, but may I be giving them businesses. Just today, I gave an event planner a job that will fetch her millions. Just today. Yesterday, I gave another one a job that will fetch him millions. Between this year and this year, if you fail, your lecturers can help you. We can't help you. So wake up. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Chairman, yes, you are here. Please, sir, come and appreciate them. Where are my ushers, my lovely air hostesses in conference halls? Please come and let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate our chairman, ladies and gentlemen. As Opong said, our chairman is a very busy man, but finds time to spend all this time with us. Let's welcome Let's begin with Dr. Ama Ikuru. Dr. Ama Ikuru, Dr. Ama, I love your charge to the young ones. You need to come back and build this country. We have no other country. Please, Dr. Ama, get to the middle. We have no other country but this one. Let's not even deceive ourselves. That's a fact. You can go, you can learn, you can come back. Nothing stops you. Patrick, thank you for representing your boss. And thank you for sharing your own insights as well. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Samuel. You know, Samuel, calm down. What people are doing is what the military do. When we go to events with military people, and then you call a civilian to receive an award, the military will not do anything. When you call a general, start doing fanfare. You are doing ojoro. Thank you, Samuel. Well done. Olawale, thank you so much for your insights as well. Your inspiring story, I like it. I hope that someone here is walking away with that level of inspiration. Thank you so much. Ibrahima, we can't thank you enough, man. You are just an excellent person. Thank you for sharing your own perspective as well. We greatly appreciate it. All the way from Senegal, thank you for flying this flag high around and across the continent. Thank you. Dr. Riverson, you know, I'm giving you 2 on this occasion, so take your first one. Take your first one. You know, it's your right. Enjoy it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. You know, as I say on radio and television, don't go anywhere. We're not taking a commercial break. Just sit tight. The program continues. Don't change that channel. Don't flip the switch. We're continuing this program. Family photo. All of them will take their seat except Dr. Opong, who will take his seat back there. And I have the others who will join him, and we'll finish strong. But please, again, I appeal to you, do not come to them yet. Do not come to them yet. Do not come to them yet. Who? Oga, hold your own. Patrick, hold your own. So this photographer is just saying total. He doesn't want to call anybody short. Look at this guy. We know what you're doing. Anyway, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. So, Dr. Riverson Opong, please remain seated. As you know, you are going to ask the next questions in these discussions with our leading CEOs. Other panelists, please give them a round of applause as they remain seated. Thank you. Remain seated where you are. Remain seated where you are. Leave them. Don't come to them yet. Please don't come to them. Don't come to them. Remain seated where you are. Please don't come to them. Thank you. Let's welcome, joining Dr. Opong for the next session, Principal Partner, Lonade Global Services, Dr. Ibilala Amau is on our panel. Doctor, you're welcome. Chief Executive Officer, Keyon International, Dr. Victor Ekpeyong, you are welcome. Please keep the applause coming, keep the applause coming, keep the applause coming. Chief Executive Officer, Smart Energies, Dr. Yinka Okpeke, you are welcome. Managing Director, AO Salash Limited, Alero Onosode, you are welcome. Auntie Alero, oh yo, you are welcome. That's my auntie there. Managing Director, Dover Engineering is here. Let's welcome Engineer Eloka AJ. You are welcome. All right. So, before I pass it on to Dr. Opong and his panel, I beg your indulgence to do something for a moment. I want to do something for just a few minutes. Just indulge me. I won't take too much of your time. Should be right. Please come. Please come. Who else is in the room? Come up. I want to give Chubi 2 minutes. So we've been talking about the future generation, and Petan has started something they call the next gen. Now, part of what Petan is doing is, if you recall when we finished the SAIPEC strategy conference earlier, I made a comment as to having the right succession planning in place, right? And Petan, through the next gen, when you have the likes of Dr. Amao, on the board of Petan, she's passionate about these kind of transfer of knowledge, wealth to the next generation. So he is one of Petan's next gen. Now, Petan's next gen, the cradle of it is just having professionals whose father have started these pattern businesses, so that the business does not die, interest is triggered in the children, and the professionals come to take it. So tell me in a minute or two, tell us your name, tell us the company your dad is currently running, and tell us if you have any interest in this industry and the business the company does, and why that is for you. And if that is the case, what future do you see? 2-3 minutes.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. My name is Innocent Akuve Jr., always Junior. My guys always be senior forever. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of GGI International Nigeria Limited, a well-rounded chemical solutions company that's my Oga at the top has fully established and laid that great foundation. So yes, I take so much interest in the company, not just because of my father's company, but because of what the culture that it entails. Because I came, first of all, I think one of the questions I wanted to ask before was based on the Japa syndrome. Because I schooled outside. I schooled in University of Houston, both my undergraduate and masters as well. And I had every opportunity to stay there, as in to stay in the US. But I already know there was a foundation for me to come to establish, to build up to. Because even like I also had some friends whose fathers also had the same, the same thing as me as well. But they still to stay in the US, based on because it's US, greener pastures and all that you get. But I didn't believe that because my roots is at home in Nigeria, and then where the company was is also in Nigeria too. So I have that double whammy of opportunity. So why do I need to stay over there? That is not my home. That I'm a foreigner too. No matter, even if I'm a CEO or in the US, I'm still going to be nothing but a foreigner there. So why not make that leverage and that intellect in the home ground as well? So that's the thing, because because I've met so many people, so many intellects as well. But even because I have one example of a good friend of mine that is a Chilean, is based in Chile. He came in as well for the whole, to get the program as well, and he left. In fact, why he left, not because of based on that it's his father's company. In fact, his government, the Chile government, put that foundation for them to also sponsor his education and any other Chilean that's went in the USA from undergraduate to graduate level, and also gave them a platform to work in based on the credentials that they got from there as well. I mean, that could be something that, we could look at in Petan, to have that from the ground up and show it glaring. Let's not be ambiguous in any way. Because I had that personal experience as well with driving an undergraduate as well. Different from companies to companies to companies to maintain a position, and it's the same thing like, do you know somebody there? Do you know that? And so it was quite ambiguous and nerve-wracking. But at the end of the day, she was able to get a position, so we thank God for that. So for my own case, well, again, I stand in that platform, that foundation, and we work hand in hand. Again, even in the office, I don't call him like that. I call him my group chairman, because that is it right there. So we stick to that professionalism also the point. And I started in from the ground up, working in production, working in the chemical plants, from there, handling the asset management of the plants and the company as a whole there. From there, now I'm a chief operating officer. And with that, we keep growing more and more based on that credential, not based on, because even sometimes like when people come, clientele and all that come into our facility, they, I interact with them, and I never make mention that it's my dad's company. I just make it seem like I'm just another person here with my fellow colleagues. Until when he now maybe asks for my name, and then he sees this like Innocent Akuve, like, are you the chairman? No, I'm the chief operating officer. Even then, I still don't tell him that I'm the son. Until he keeps asking, and I'm like, yes, I'm the son. Right. So thank you very much, and anyone that is there again, based on Unilag as well. And again, I thank Samuel as well for that interesting opportunity, because it's we are the future. You are the future, so you have that grant, and please stay in Nigeria, and we'll try our best, Petan, and everyone will try our best to bring that foundation to make it easier for you to leverage your intellect and skills. Thank you very much.
All right, so we are going to take, just indulge me, 2 more. I'm going to keep them to 2 minutes now. Please, 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to invite Adoma Ukebu, which is the daughter of the visionary of Katobi. Adoma, let's give her a round of applause. Yes, Petan's next gen. After her, I will listen to Tomilade or Shosami or Sosami. I'll find out later. But Adobe for now of Katobi.
First of all, I would like to say I'm extremely honored to be able to speak in front of everyone here. The fact that we are all here today means that we are pushing for something greater than ourselves, and we're ambitious to see our country, Nigeria, and our continent, Africa, become a better place for everyone. My name is Adoma Okebu, and I am a second-year student at McMaster University, which is in Ontario, Canada, and I'm very passionate about continuing. Thank you. I'm very passionate about continuing to be present in the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. So the company I'm representing is Katobi Nigeria Limited, where we do valve assembling, pipeline services, and freight forwarding. I feel like it's very important to diversify. Diversifying in the sense of your human capacity, labor you have. And when, like abroad, when you talk about diversification, they usually focus on maybe gender or race, but an important thing that we need to think about is your mindset, your academics as well. So the fact that Chubi that came on and spoke about how he was University of Houston, I believe, it's important that we get this education and come back and improve our country, improve the companies, use the information, use the knowledge that we've gotten abroad, and make our organizations better. In the next couple years, I see myself in a senior position. I don't know exactly what position I would be in Katobi, but I see myself in a senior position in Katobi and promoting it on a global scale. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, quickly let's welcome Tomilade Oshosomi. You're welcome of Triumph Power and Gas Systems. Temi, you're welcome. And then once she's done, I'll pass it to you, Dr. Opong. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Tomilade Oshosami. I'm from Triumph Power and Gas Systems. So yes, I'm here to talk about PETA Next Gen, just like my fellow colleagues that have come up. So a bit about Triumph Power and Gas Systems. We're a fully ISO certified oil and gas services company, and we specialize in bringing cost-effective solutions to our customers in Nigeria. And we've also opened our office in Ghana as well, which is doing quite well. And the vision is to expand to other parts of Africa. So about myself, similar to Chubi who spoke, I also schooled abroad. I schooled in the UK. And there's a lot of Japa syndrome, even people that have schooled abroad and people that are here, because we look at the socio-economic issues in Nigeria, but we forget that Africa is really where the market is in a lot of industries, and especially in oil and gas. The West has already developed and they have reached their ceiling. And there's also a modern colonization that's going on. So a lot of us think we'll just go there and, the sky is the limit. No, there's a glass ceiling, and then there are other issues that you have to deal with as well. So do not despise small beginnings. Yes, Nigeria has its issues, but no country is perfect. And I just want to encourage young people, and I'm not saying this ignorantly because I myself have in the past considered leaving. The truth is, no one can take away your heritage. No matter who is trying to, rob an entire nation, they cannot take away your heritage. And we are the future, but we must come back and put forth the knowledge that we have gained, the life experiences here.
Please. Or
I just want to thank the board of PETAN for allowing me coordinate PETAN Next Gen, which is basically to bring our children into the oil and gas and energy ecosystem and to encourage the brightest of our youths in Nigeria to come into our businesses as interns. And that's why we're very interested in what's going on here today. So internship opportunities are available. We're collaborating with, there's a Shell Petan NCDMB internship opportunity. If you log on to the Logic JQS, you could actually register. We're currently recruiting at the moment for 2 years internships in the oil and gas industry. We'd love to see you as part of it. So please, it's not just for Petan member companies' children, it's for Petan member companies and all Nigerians. So I welcome each and every one of you in the room who are youths looking for internship opportunities to sign up for the Shell Petan NCDMB internship program, which is a meritocratic system where we give you 2 years opportunity in a Petan member company. Thank you very much, and wonderful presentation from our children. We'd love to see more of our children come back and join our businesses as we institutionalize Petan. Thank you so much.
Before I pass it to you, I heard some murmuring when they were speaking, and I started the business. Some businesses are going to die because.
But by advocating if there's opportunity to train people abroad, and I think the most important thing is bringing them back. And bringing them back, like the students are saying, it depends on what is available for them to come and do. I remember when I chose to come back to Ghana, people asked me, are you normal? You're doing very well here. Why are you going back to Africa? But when you come home, you know that you are home. Home is still home. You know, home is where you are accepted no matter who you are. And I can never sleep hungry abroad because somebody's going to feed you. You know, when I'm in London, I see my uncle once a month. He has 3 jobs. The man works like a horse. It's not easy. Let's leave it here because I need to go back to Ghana, you know. So we are just escalating what we've done with the first panel, with this panel. And believe me, young professional students, this is going to be a very powerful panel you've ever engaged in. We're going to, engage senior professionals. Most of them sitting here, I personally look up to, you know. Most of them that are living the life, maybe I cannot live it, but I admire them, okay? And it's about entrepreneurship, okay? Not all of us are born entrepreneurs, but you can still contribute to the entrepreneurial family, okay? Not all of us are born leaders. Many years ago, I loved being behind the scene and supporting people until SP brought me out because a talent was in me, I was hiding, okay? So please indulge me, let's hear them out. I have very, very sensitive questions to ask them. And believe me, all these people sitting here, they are very free and fair. They're going to tell you their peace of mind and to help all of us, okay? Are you ready? Fantastic. So I'll start with Dr. Moa. Now, what actually sparked your interest in entrepreneurship? And what drivers, in terms of passion for your business, did you apply to see where you are today, to even talk about next gen? Okay, so what is the spark? How did it all start?
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thanks, Dr. Richardson. Well, I said earlier that I became an entrepreneur by happenstance, which is basically a divine opportunity that came to me. But I think what really has kept me in entrepreneurship is the fact that even though I was a very good art student, fine art student, I love to solve problems in pictures and in graphics. And I like to visualize and connect dots and create solutions. So there were so many problems I encountered when I returned to Nigeria with a PhD in computer-aided design and drafting in 1990. 1991, computers didn't really exist in the mainstream in Nigeria. So I had to solve that problem by setting up a computer-aided design and drafting solutions company, which grew into a facilities engineering, operations and maintenance company. So basically, Lonadec has continuously reinvented itself based on our core of engineering technology solutions and solving problems we see in our community and in our society. In the process of trying to solve the problem of domiciling, domesticating, and democratizing state-of-the-art technologies, we started identifying, developing, and engaging talent. And we realized that the younger generation adopt and adapt to technology faster. So I've maintained a very strong relationship with young people to empower them to deploy technology, their know-how, and their competencies to solve not only national, regional, and international problems, but their personal, family, and community problems. Thank you very much.
Doc found a niche, and that is where she began from. And that's amazing. You know, when opportunities are made available and you have the expertise to deliver, nothing beats that. And that's why I would love to see that opportunities not wait for you. You need to prepare in secret, and then when the doors are open, Dr. Victor Payne, you know what I mean? So, I mean, as a young person back then, how did you stay motivated and focused? About 5 years. I that's what I've realized about you. So, what has kept you motivated and focused when the road to success seemed uncertain? Did you always apply your mathematics? How has it worked?
Good afternoon all. Thank you thank Peyton for this one more time. Life is all about challenges, and challenges actually makes us human. So we can actually run away from any challenges. So for me, I'm motivated when I encounter challenges. So it's challenges that keep me motivated. And because of my lifestyle, I try to do things that are unconventional. I try to take on projects that people are running away from. So there are some people that look at me as if I'm crazy, like I want to die. But I always see opportunity. I think what motivates me is just the challenges that are in oil and gas sector. And those challenges sometimes is people that need to solve those problems. In Kenya International today, we are #1 well controlled company, indigenous company, not just in Nigeria or South Africa. Yeah, because this job previously was done by people outside this country. But I just took it upon myself that we can do this thing. It's all about understanding how well works. And we know how well works from drilling. Why is it that one employer, you do this, you do this, you do this? At the end of the year, they pack millions of dollars and leave this country. We can do it. So we started sometime 2017. Started seeing how wells is on fire and people are running away. And we're working towards it and looking at it, thinking what make this well to spill, what make fire to come on this well. After so much thought, because I like thinking, and I would just come up with solution. And before you know, we implement it and everything will stop. And over the years, like one of the things that made me come in here yesterday is part of this challenges problem, because I had to go there myself to check what is going on. So challenges of life stay me motivated, and I'm still motivated more because I want more problem. So when more problem comes, and that is when I'm more motivated. Thank you very much, sir.
So there's somebody who sits down and say, I love problems. How? Anyway, you sit down and think like a mathematician, like I said, so it's okay. Let me jump to Dr. Yinka. I'm right. Fantastic. You know, I love Nigerian names. Leadership is key, and I'm asking this question because I know the personality you carry, okay? And I'm somebody from afar who actually look up to your leadership style and how I mean, everything about you. I mean, how you lead and how you motivate people to get along with the goal, you know. Leadership is not just being in front and being the bossy style. So tell us, leadership is a key part of running any successful business, like yours anyway. What qualities do you believe make a great leader? And how do you cultivate them in yourself and in your team? I'm asking this question because these are future leaders. You want to learn from the good ones. What are some of the bad leadership styles you have to drop to pick what you have? What are you still working on? You tell us. It stays here.
All right, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. So before I answer the question, I have a question for the audience. Since we're talking entrepreneurship, how many of you are actually looking at running your own business? Please put up your hands. Okay. Okay, how many of you feel like you are career-oriented? I can do well in a structured organization. I don't have to think of how to make money. I get paid at the end of the month. It's a comfort zone. How many of us are like that? Okay. Okay. So how many of us also want to have diverse sources of income, regardless of whether you're private or you're, okay, all right. So, okay, so inherent in all of us are entrepreneurs. That's what I want to say. So sometimes an entrepreneur doesn't have to be the one running your own business, as it were. You know, you can diversify your portfolio into other things. You can decide from whatever income you're making, I want to do shares, I want to do stocks, I want to invest in somebody's business, I want to do real estate, but it's important to have diverse source of income. So whether we're an entrepreneur or you're a 9 to 5, at the end of the day, the goal is to do what? Make money. Great. Another comment I would like to make is, I used to wish that at the time I started my journey as an entrepreneur, my dad had a lot of money. So I'm happy with the young professionals that came up to speak. You might feel like, oh, they have a platform, it's easier, maybe that's why they are there. To be honest, it's easier for some people than some people. But it also doesn't mean that for you, wherever you're starting, it doesn't mean that you cannot build a legacy. Because for me, I will tell you at the time I started, that was when my dad didn't have so much money. I started with 25,000 naira, I can't forget. And I will tell you exactly, I am an epitome of entrepreneurship in Nigeria. I'm not going to butter it up for you. When Dr. Amma was talking about Nigeria is that place you can wake up the next day, be a millionaire, I said, I'm not quite sure, but the point is, it is doable. You know, I also live abroad. I live in Houston, and I'm happy you said you went to the University of Houston. And I've seen both worlds. But I can tell you, Nigeria is still home. So when I started my business, I started with 25,000 naira. My roommate as a copper, she would make lovely sandwiches, and I would eat the sandwiches. They'll be so nice. And I was serving in Panalpina at the time in Port Harcourt. And I looked at my office, a lot of people in the office and all that. I'll now wake her up in the morning. She will make the sandwiches, sell them for me at 80 naira. I will get to the office, I will sell at 120 naira. That was really how I started entrepreneurship. But I tell you something, so please, I'll get back to your question, but I know that these are the practical things you really want to hear, to let you understand that there are so many low-hanging fruits around us that you're not really thinking about the big things, not necessarily. And then I will sell at 120 naira. I'll go and sell to the guys. I used to target the guys because, you have to use your gender now. So I just give it to them and they'll give me 200 naira. You can keep the change, keep the change. So there was a lot of keep the change, I assure you. So please, no.
Now, nobody will tell you keep the change, oh. Man, I mean,
Please, no.
Ranty, no keep the change.
So I'm getting somewhere, please. So by the time I started that, I was like, So my point is, I dabbled into entrepreneurship at the time. I didn't know that was what it was. By the time I started that, I now started understanding. So again, you have to learn your environment. A lot of people, when I'm saying I'm going to Lagos, they'll be like, Lagos. A lot of them had not been to Lagos. At the time, we had a contract with Aero Contractor. I now started being very friendly with them. As an entrepreneur, interpersonal skills is important. I now started being friendly, overly nice, and then I now said, okay, why don't I go to Lagos, to Balogun Market, to go and start buying children's clothes? Because again, I saw that most of my colleagues had small children. So I would speak to Aero Contractor, they would give me a free flight. I would only pay the taxes. Because, like I said, we had allocations because our expatriates used to fly Aero. I started coming to Lagos. I kid you not, guys. The very first time I went to Balogun Market, because I have an eye for good things, I picked all those colorful things. When I got to my office, and I told them at break time, oh, guys, I have 2 boxes of children's clothes. When I opened the boxes, come and see how they were dragging it. I picked this first. I was like, what? Before NYSC, I had enough money to buy a car, and the rest is history. So in entrepreneurship, I learned organically. Because I told myself that I like to have choices. And when you want to have choice, at the time I moved to the US, I moved in 3 months. Because all I knew was I needed money to go to the US to do it. And because over time, as an entrepreneur, you are wearing so many hats. I started as the accountant, the MD, the this, the that. But the more I made money, the more I started hiring, the more I started delegating. So as an entrepreneur, your leadership skills, I can't overemphasize it. You have to have a good head on your head. You have to have a vision as to where you want to go to. Right now, I run a company called Smart Energies. When I looked at how many companies had registered, I kid you not, it can't be less than 16 companies. Once I know the idea in my head, I'm registered. No, don't clap. They weren't successful businesses, but I'm trying to tell you that an entrepreneur, sometimes we do even before we think. We are doers. It's always sink or swim. By the time I get into that ocean, I'll now decide how to. So I don't sit down to over-process things. But because over time you have learned it, you have unearthed certain skills in you, your ability to calculate risk, your ability to have good networking skills, to know who to reach out to. So it's something that you have to possess. Honestly, if you don't have certain skills, you will struggle as an entrepreneur. But if you can run a thriving business in Nigeria, there's nowhere in the world that you cannot go and you will be a force to reckon with.
I totally agree with the last statement. If you survive in Ikeja, there's nowhere you cannot survive. It's true. Because why do you think in South Africa they have to sack the Nigerians? The survival of the fittest. They couldn't fight. So I agree with you. But that keep the change. Today's economy. So for me, I think I'm very happy you are not doing that keep the change business again. Because you're not keeping any change anymore. And I think that's very key. You start from somewhere. And the entrepreneur is the person who understands how to scale up. And when to move from, are you still selling the clothes? You're not. Are you still selling? Okay. This woman live every kind of business. But they know when to move on to do something new. And something you said I really like is you do even before you think, because your mind is very fast to calculate the risk. I love it. Now let me go to my own personal person. Eloro, right? Eloro, yes. Sorry to bring it to the Ghanaian perspective. See, So, even though it is good to just start without thinking and all those stuff, what I've realized about many African entrepreneurs that they lack vision. It's good not to know what you're doing, but you're doing it because it's bringing you money. But I think they still need to have, there should be a structure, there should be a vision backing it. So, when you first started, when you first started, how did you know that you were on the right path? How could you, which metrics did you apply to know that you were on the right path? And what steps did you take to ensure your business had a long-term vision to bring you to where you are today?
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you very much. I must say that I'm enjoying this so much. On several levels. I think when you were talking about that story, Yinka, I remember when I was selling shoes and dresses after every holiday, you bring back 2 suitcases that you sell to pay for your tickets for your next travel. So I guess there's a bit of that in everybody looking for different ways in which you make money. But I think the reality is when we say entrepreneur, I really don't see myself as an entrepreneur. Because I came into my business after 30 years of corporate. So I basically spent the bulk of my life as an employee. And it was, however, I must say that even though I worked within an organization, I always had my eyes on what happens after now. And that was, so the point you asked about strategy, I was very clear that at the end of this era in corporate, a new life will spring forth. And what will I be doing in that life, and how do I prepare for it? So my first 25 years almost was in an international company. I was with Shell as well for the first 25 years. And at that point, I knew that I would run my own business as a consultant. And so when I started to think about it and say, so which direction would be best for me to go? There was an opportunity. I'm an HR professional. So when we talk about business, anything people is my gig. I just love the people conversation. And so when I was thinking about what next, there was an opportunity for me to move into another role outside. I actually had moved out of HR and I was going to be staying in that space, for the next role. But then I started to ask myself, I said, Alero, if I move into external affairs at this point, I cannot say I'm a professional because I'm going to be living in another few years. So I needed to find somewhere that I would stay within HR because that was a skill I believe I could sell. That was what I thought would give me a livelihood thereafter. So staying within HR was important to me. And that led me to my next job, which was now with an independent. And moving into that job, there were 2 things I was thinking of. It was one, HR, but I also was thinking of my transition into what would be my reality. Working within an international, you live in a bubble. I remember when I first retired and I come out and I say, this is not working, and my siblings are like, welcome to Nigeria. Because all of that time, things were done for you, you kind of had a view as to what life was. Transitioning into an independent was intentional because that was closer to what I believed was going to be my reality. That was the space in which I expected I was going to have to provide support. And so I was very intentional about that next move. And while I was in that job, I always had I had the number of years I'd planned to spend there. And when the time came, I knew it was time for me to move into the next phase. So I was very clear in terms of that trajectory and how I wanted to run it. But one of the things that moving into the independent space opened my eyes to was also in terms of what really is the problem you're trying to fix. And I guess when you're looking at Nigeria, there are lots of people, right? So the people space, there will be something there. But the real problem that I got interested in was the fact that there were no long-standing institutional Nigerian organizations. And that for me is really my passion today, to say, how do you build organizations that last? And that is why when we talk about entrepreneurship, my primary interest is character. Because I believe it is the character of the individuals that will determine whether their businesses will last or not. And that is really the area in which I want to partner with people to say, how do you build character in yourself your children, and your team that ensures that the enterprises you're building actually last. And I think that's where the opportunity is as we go forward. So really that, and I didn't again just talk about it, I went back to school to really understand what is going on in that space and how can we then begin to build the capacity that drives not just our sector, but drives the economy of the continent as we go forward.
Now, you understand, I say, you understand why I say she's my personal person. And she thinks she's not an entrepreneur. Guys, she's more than an entrepreneur. Am I lying? She is. And I totally agree with you. It's all about personality. I can describe everybody sitting here in 15 minutes. What I know about you personally and everything. But it's all about me describing your personality and how your personality has affected your job, right? So I totally agree with you. And I love the way it came out from you because you are a human person, you're an HR person. The philosophy and the psychology of your work makes you identify what somebody requires to do what he needs to do. So now, my last but not the least, Mr. Eloka, right? I think I got it right. In Africa, we love copy-paste. Dr. Nyinka said that she used to sell second-hand clothes. Believe me, these guys are going to go to the shop and buy second-hand clothes and take you to the school. Because Dr. Yinka did it and it worked. So you see the same kind of businesses every day because someone did it and it's working for him, but then it's not your passion, And we see that as a problem in Africa, a whole lot. It's not only in Nigeria, if that problem is here anyway, but in Ghana, we are living with it. So how do you hope to be remembered in the business world? What legacy are you putting in place and that you'd like to leave behind for the future generations of African entrepreneurs to remember you well?
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that I see myself in the past speakers. I heard Dr. Amausa, she was divinely inspired to be an entrepreneur. And I also heard my brother say that challenges made him become an entrepreneur. My story is similar to that. I'll start with that and I'll get a response to your answer, to your question. What I normally say to young people is that you're free to make choices, but you're not free from the consequences of your choices. So because you're not free from the consequences of your choices, you have to pay attention to the choices you make. Whatever information you need to get, whatever divine inspiration you need to get, before you make the choice, get it. Whatever time you need to spend to make sure you make the right choice, do that, because you're not free from the consequences of your choices. I don't see myself as an entrepreneur. I'm just a product of a choice. My story. I didn't plan to be an entrepreneur. I was among those who would have raised up their hands to say they would rather be an employee. So I left school. I worked for a few years for a company, typical Nigerian company. After about 2 years, they weren't paying us any longer, so we are jobless. And I saw myself at the crossroad of options. 26-year-old man, what do I do next? Do I go abroad for a master's? Do I start a business? Do I get another job? I took time to make a choice. I took time in my own way of taking time. And my own way, because of Christian background, was waiting on God. And after that time I took, it was clear to me that the choice was to start a business. It was not my preferred option. My preferred option was to quickly get another job. That was my preference. That was my safe space. But because I took time to make that choice, I had to live with that choice. So I started this company. One man in one room. Well, because it wasn't my choice, or rather my preferred option, and I lacked the faith to follow with my choice, I was still looking for a job on the side, which I eventually didn't get. So I had to face the business. But interestingly, in 1996, I was looking for a job in a company called ABB Lummus. And that's a company that does exactly what my company does today. I had a friend who was my schoolmate who was working there as a CAD designer. I knew the operations manager, I knew the HR officer. I was sure to get that job. I didn't get the job. I was disappointed. So I continued with this business in one room. Cut a long story short. In 2004, when local contest started, ABB Lummus needed to do a Form Phase 2 project, so they needed a local partner. My company, Dover Engineering, became the local partner for ABB Lummus. We did that project in 2004 and 2005. In February 2006, after that small one-room company of mine had won a project, ABB Lummus took a decision. There was a change of ownership globally, and they said they were going. And they turned around to me and said, will you buy? And I ended up buying the business where I was looking for a job. And all the people who would have been my colleagues, including that friend of mine, became my employees. And they are still my employees till date in choices. So I've seen you raise up your hand, what you like to do. Do whatever you need to do to make sure you make the right choices. Let them be divinely ordained. That's the first thing. I don't know what religion you belong to, but I am a Christian. As a young man, I fasted and prayed. And God spoke to me. And I made a choice, and I'm glad I made a choice. That one-room company started today. I have over 500 people, over 200 in design engineering, over 300 in operation and maintenance. We started with one room in D-Line Port Harcourt. We have a purpose-built office in Port Harcourt in OGRA. And 3 years ago, opposite the Core Atlantic, we built a 10-story building as our office. That's the power of choices. So that's my first thing to you. One thing is what you want to do, but you need to make sure that you're making the right choices. Then talking about the legacy I want to leave behind is systems and processes. Having an institution that runs properly. I just spoke about people who joined me 26 years, to over 20 years ago and are still there. We did a long service award for my company in December, and I had over 55 people say they had worked, who had worked for several years, some 20 years, some 18 years, systems, processes. It's tough. People won't like you. Your family members, your relatives will not be happy. We regularly employ young people through a transparent process. I don't get involved. An independent, that's what I want to leave behind, a system that works, a system that's not a typical Nigerian business, a system that endures. Thank you.
If anybody here leave this room and becomes a failure, you are destined to fail. Should I repeat it? After all you've heard, the way I've learned from everybody that's spoken here, and I think I promised you that this is going to be a power pack. You see how quiet you are? Your mind is blown out. The intention to leave in Jakwa is no more there. Am I lying? You are not convinced to stay. They all have unique stories. Leadership, being intentional, not knowing what you are doing, but it's faith and it's divine, and at the right time it will happen. Just patience and being tenacious is what you need. I'll open the floor for a few questions, and I believe we'll make justice to it. Ask anybody any question you want, as I said, and they have the obligation to answer. Okay, so please, let's pick some questions. And please raise up your hand. Let's pick about 2 or 3 questions. Let's know where you're talking from, where you're coming from and who you're directing the question to. No long essays. Go straight to the question.
Okay, good afternoon, sirs, and good afternoon, Mas, and good afternoon, my students here, my fellow colleagues. So yeah, my question is, as a petroleum, okay, I'm Stephen Omojugbe from University of Lagos, studying 500 level, studying petroleum and gas engineering. So as a student studying petroleum and gas engineering, and that course is like a technical related course, as per drilling and the like, all this field work, reservoir management and the likes. So, but someone like me, and I believe there are many people probably in this category, so their interest is not really in this technical aspect. So someone like me, I'm kind of interested in the leadership aspect, managing people, getting tasks done, getting tasks done. So my question is, what advice can you give to someone like that in that category, how to navigate his career properly and also be impactful in this energy sector? So I don't know if my question is gotten.
Very, very clear. Thank you so much. Next blessing.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gospel Arinze from Lagos State University. And my question is, you have the vision of being an entrepreneur, raising a sustainable company that lasts for generations. But you're a student now, and you want to connect the future with the now. Do you continue being an employee till you become an employer? Or do you just have that vision and keep on running with it? How do you get the funds to be an entrepreneur? That's my question.
Okay, all right.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Rebecca. I'm a recent graduate from Lagos State University. I studied mechanical engineering. Okay, so my question, I so much love this session because it's something that has been my burden. I have an organization I just started. In fact, I just registered with CSC yesterday. I saved the company's name because I want to do this. I want to do what you're doing. So, but my fear is it's more like an automobile company, but I like oil and gas as well. So in between, how do I manage my current position and then also start my own company, which I've started, but I want to do a lot with it in the future. So what do you think I can do and how do I navigate that part? Thank you.
Okay, so we'll stop here. Still keep